Maybe not live yet. Hello, hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Ready to discuss some true crime? I am. I finally finished The Staircase. I finished it today. Actually, the other night when I did a live, I said I was on episode 4. I was actually on episode 6. When I went back, I'm like, oh, I'm on 6. Like I had already watched part of 6. So I stayed up really the night before last, or wait, was it last night? Yeah, no, it was last night. I stayed up late watching a bunch of them, and then I finished them today. Yeah, it's a excellent series or excellent Netflix, and it was like I was thinking. It was a TV series, and then basically Netflix expanded it. So the TV series is when they were at trial. I'm talking about Michael Peterson. Sorry, sometimes I forget. That's one of my criticisms. I forget to tell you who I'm talking about, but this one is, I mean, it's in my title. But so Michael Peterson, The Staircase is the Netflix show. It was a TV series. Netflix actually made it into their series, but they expanded it to cover after what happened after. So the series was just like the trial on TV is what I think that I'm pretty sure is what I got from that. It was just the trial part. And then basically Netflix expanded it and followed them after. So it was like what happened after the whole, well, we'll get there, but what happens after he spends like 8 years in jail. Okay. So, well, yeah, let's just spoiler alert, guys. If anybody doesn't want to know what happens, we are going to be talking about what happens. So, because I want to just, I got to put on my chapstick. Gosh, I meant to do that before. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Okay. So, I just do want to set up what happened real quick, or should I don't know, maybe I should just tell the story as it happened. Okay. So this was what, December, I think it was the 9th, 2001. I think it was December 9th. It was in 2001. I know that. Hold on. Let me just see real quick the exact date of when it happened. Because I know he got indicted on the 20th. And I'll kind of just tell the story here, but I just want to get my dates right. How wasn't it? December 9th. Yeah. Okay. December 9th, 2001. I'm going to play. Well, actually, let me put on my earphones when I play this. So I'm going to start off. Let me give you a couple pictures, and I even have the autopsy reports and stuff. So this could either be a long live or we might have to continue it because I want to tell the story, give my thoughts, listen to the 911 call, go through the autopsy reports, see what you guys think. I'm torn. I go back and forth. Within each episode, I'm going back and forth. I'm like, innocent, guilty, innocent, guilty. And there's still some reasons why I think he's guilty. And then there's reasons I don't. So I don't know. I can't tell you right now how I feel. I'm going back and forth. If you were to ask me right after the Netflix, because I did some research before, so I kind of knew the other side too. But if you were to ask me right off that Netflix earlier today, I was really thinking he was innocent. And then I did a little bit more research and now I'm like, I don't know now again. So I'm going to play the 911 call. It's only like 30 seconds and I'm going to show you some pictures. Let me just do that now actually, so you guys could see who I'm talking about. And then let me just show you a couple pictures and then I want to tell you a little bit of background before I play the 911 call. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. And then I'll kind of tell everybody like a little bit of story. Let me just say hi to everybody too. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I forget. Okay, hold on. Let me put that down. Let me just say hi to everybody. Hey, Brooklyn, Lisa, what's up? Linda, Karen. This is a great case. I think it's very interesting. I was even telling my mom about it. I got her all into it. Missy B, Jenny Anderson, Kim Coakley, I better say hi to you. I see you, Kim, Jessica, Monica, Mama Mia, Shelly, Wanda Wonders. Oh, I like that name, Wanda Wonders. Cherry Metha, Carol McCartney, Short Nice. What's up, Short Nice? Got Lisa, Michelle. God, we got all kinds of people in here. Thanks everybody for coming. Beautiful day. Okay. Oh, thanks, Deanna Vian. Thanks for the super chat. Well, yeah, I don't think. See, I don't think the only thing I have a problem with that sentence is it looks like the fact that you're saying he's gay, that means he killed her, you know. Yeah, we're gonna get all into that. He was bisexual, and we'll get onto that, all into that, if people don't, the people that don't know about it. How many people? Hey, okay, this is just to get a kind of feel for what I'm dealing, not what I'm dealing with, but what the group is like. Do a thumbs up if you guys have watched the Netflix series, and a thumbs down if you haven't, just so I kind of know where I'm at here. I know, Jessica, that's what I can't, but there's this one thing that's really bothering me about that death. At first I was thinking, yes, it's so weird, there's 2 deaths, but then they had brought something up in the Netflix, and it made me think, and I'm going to go into that, why I was like, I'm hesitant to think that he was involved with that first one because of this one fact that was brought up. Okay, so we got, let's see. Oh, wow, we got a lot of people that watched it. Okay, cool. So I guess I don't, well, I'll still kind of go through it, and wow, okay, good, okay. Well, just for those of you who haven't, let me just share a couple pictures so people know, and then we'll do the 911 call in a minute, but let me just share a couple pics. Hold on one second. Well, you know what? Because I don't want to give, hold on. You know what? First, I'll just, well, I guess I can. I just wanted to actually, well, screw it. I'll just do it. Okay, so some of these pictures, I mean, like a little video with some pictures, but I didn't want to play. I have some of the you know, the pictures of her, but I kind of wanted to explain the stuff first. The 911 calls before this, but let's just, here's some pictures. That's okay. So this is Kathleen right here. That's his wife that died, because it's so crazy that the other lady that died, the other lady in Germany in 85, that was found at the bottom of her stairs, they were just friends supposedly, okay? But she looks so similar to his wife, this wife. So let's first set up his personal life, okay? So he was married to a lady named Patty, right? They had 2 sons together. So his 2 sons are biological. Here, let's just pause right here. Okay, so they had these 2 sons together. And then they moved to Germany. I think in the Netflix, they were thinking that they had him in the States. Remember that the lawyer was like, I think when they were explaining the whole setup, whether he had him in the States or Germany, they moved to Germany shortly after. So they're living in Germany, and he goes off to Vietnam War. Patty stays there. She's a teacher. His wife, this isn't Patty. Okay. Patty's his ex-wife. Okay. So she stays there. She's a teacher. She ends up, actually becoming good friends with, let me find a picture of the girl. I have her somewhere right here. She ends up being good friends with Elizabeth Ratliff right here. Okay. Her and her husband was in the military too. So she ends up being really good friends. They work together teaching and stuff. So they were good friends. They were neighbors. They lived right by each other. Okay. In Germany. So they become very good friends. Her husband, you know, is in the military, just like Patty's, which is Michael Peterson. So her husband, Kathleen, or Elizabeth's husband, her husband right here, she ends up dying. He ends up dying in the military. I don't even know if it was a war or whatever, but he ends up dying in combat, or I don't know. Do you know what? I don't know if it was the Vietnam or some kind of war combat. I'm just not sure which where he was at exactly, but he ends up dying. And then that was in 83. In 85, Patty, which is Michael Peterson's first wife with the two sons, right? She says they would have dinner together because they have two daughters. Oh, I'm probably confusing you. Hold on. Let me go back to that picture of everybody here, right here. Okay, so that Elizabeth that we were just looking at, Ratcliffe, and her husband that died in war, they had two daughters, and these two daughters, right? And they were young, like 1 and 2, when both their parents died. So husband dies in some kind of war situation, and then the mom, they're eating dinner at their house. So Michael Peterson and his first wife Patty and all the kids are eating dinner at Elizabeth's house, Elizabeth Ratliff, they said, which was common. They all ate together. They tell stories to their kids, and they were just like really good friends. Well, they came home, and Patty says that Mike went to go get the car because I guess Elizabeth's car needed to get fixed. So what they would do is Michael would drop her car off, and then drive her home. So Michael took her to take her car in, came back home, and that he was basically the last person to see her. So that was like 11 at night. He comes home, nothing. They fall asleep, and at 8 in the morning, the nanny comes rushing over saying she found Elizabeth Ratliff. There was blood. She was at the bottom of her stairs. She doesn't know what happens. So remember that. He left her that night, and it wasn't until 8 in the morning that somebody found her, okay? So the German doctor comes in, and I guess the doctors go right to the scene, the crime scene, and he took spinal fluid to see if it was like a stroke. So they said it was a cerebral hemorrhage or whatever, which they're thinking she had like a stroke or a what is it called? What's the other word? Another word for it, but something like that. He said stroke, but can you guys help me out? They said something else too, but basically that she'll say stroke, and then she fell down the stairs. Okay. So, cause he took his spinal fluid, and he said, oh, it was cloudy. So that meant cerebral hemorrhage, aneurysm. Yeah. Cause so I don't know. I heard people saying, aneurysm, and then I heard some people saying stroke. So I don't know what cerebral hemorrhage would be more aneurysm, right? That's what I was thinking, but why did Michael kept saying stroke? That's why I was a little bit confused. But I guess an aneurysm could cause a stroke then, right? Something. But anyway, so it was accidental, he said, right? So this was in 83, right? Or 85. Okay. So now both of these girls' parents are dead. Okay. And they're babies. They're 1 and 2. Well, in the will, their parents left them to Michael and his first wife, which is Patty. And I don't know why Patty didn't take him. So I do have a picture of Patty somewhere. Let me see if I have it real quick. I could show you, but it's just, no, I don't know. It was just his first wife. She's different. But anyway, let me just go back to that picture since it shows the family. Just why I'm telling the story here. But look, this is how much they look alike. So that's his new wife. So anyway, I am going to play this in a minute. Here's another picture of all the kids. Well, I'll just play it. So where is that at? Okay. So yeah, accidental, whatever. He ends up taking them. He takes them. He goes back to the States. Okay. So in 85 and 86, him and Patty separate, get a divorce. Patty wants to stay in Germany, and Mike moves to the United States, and he brings the two daughters, he's basically their guardian now because they left him to Patty and Mike. So Mike takes them to the United States, and the two sons originally stay with their mom, Patty, in Germany. And then later on, they end up moving with their dad. So now it's Michael, these two, and these two. And these two are just his, adopted kids, basically. And these are his biological kids. Patty stays in Germany. Oh, thanks, Native Princess. Thank you so much. And he ends up meeting Kathleen right here. That's Kathleen. He ends up meeting her. They're neighbors, and they're both basically single parents. She just got a divorce, and this is her daughter right here. So she just gets a divorce. She's all heartbroken. He's a single parent trying to raise these 4 kids by himself, and they fall in love. Okay. So now they get married. He buys her this nice house. It was actually a house that they used in this movie, I guess. I forget what movie it was called, but it was like a popular movie. And it was like the house in North Carolina. It was I don't know. It was just everybody knew about the house. But he ended up buying it with his book money because he had just sold his war. I forget what it was called, War and Something book. This did really good because he's an author. He wrote some like war books and stuff. Because remember, he's in the Vietnam. So anyway, he sold it. He did really good with his book. He bought the house. So they're all living in the house, right? Okay. So hopefully you guys are following me so far. So now we got all the kids living in the house. Now fast forward to 2001, December 9th. Okay. Supposedly they watched a movie. Mike and Kathleen, they're watching a movie. They have some wine. They go out back where they have a pool with a fountain. This pool has like this fountain that makes, it's kind of loud because the fountain, well, you know what a fountain a fountain does. So it's like a pool with I don't know if it had 1 or 2 fountains, but it's pretty cool. So they're out back, and around 11 o'clock, Kathleen says, she has to go in. She has some work to do and wants to get to bed, to get up early. I think she had something to do the next morning or whatever. She just goes in, okay? And he stays out smoking his pipe, supposedly. And then let's cut to the 911 call at around 2:30 in the morning, 2:48 in the morning or whatever. I forget what time he actually called. It was like around 2:30. Let's just say around 2:30 in the morning. I know 2:48 is a time is that the time they actually show up, or is that the time he called? But so it's really late in the morning. He calls, and here I'm going to play the 911 call. Okay. It's really short, and then there's some pictures. The pictures is it'll be actually Kathleen at the bottom of the stairs. So if you guys, trigger warning, there are a couple pictures of her body at the bottom of the stairs. So if it bothers you, I would just kind of turn this part off because there is some pictures when I play the 911 call. Okay. All right. I know we'll get there, Cherry. I know. Yep. But you're right. She was, but she had a $1.8 million life insurance policy. But yeah, we'll get there in a minute. But no, yeah, keep chatting about it. I don't know. That's good that you guys are chatting because there's people. You guys have a lot of good information. Okay, let me play this real quick, and then we'll chat from there.
911, where's your emergency?
Peter Street, please.
What's wrong?
My wife's had an accident. She's still breathing.
What kind of accident?
She's down on the stairs. She's still breathing. Please come.
Is she conscious?
What?
Is she conscious?
No, she's not conscious.
Okay.
Please.
How many stairs did you fall down?
Huh?
How many stairs?
Stairs.
How many stairs? Calm down, sir. Calm down.
No, 15, 20, I don't know. Please, get somebody here right away. Please.
Okay, somebody's dispatching the ambulance while I ask you questions.
It's a force kill, okay? Please, please.
Sir, somebody else is dispatching the ambulance. Okay, is she awake now? Hello?
Okay, so I'll keep these pictures going as I talk. So anyway, that was his 911 call. He ends up hanging up. It disconnects, and on his end, it hangs up. And then he calls back, and what is it, 10 or 15 minutes later, he gets back on the line with the operator, and he's like, "Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?" They think he was stolen, and they bring up a point of when she's asking how many stairs that he has to actually. Sounds like he's not by her, that he has to go over there and count because he stalls, like he's walking over there to see how many stairs there were, which I don't find that a huge deal because he's like freaking out. I could see him pacing. If he was innocent, I could even see him calling and just kind of like freaking out and pacing and maybe walking away. Like, I don't feel like that means he's guilty necessarily. I know some people would argue and say, well, he'd be with the body and he would be trying to help. But not everybody's the same. Some people just freak out and they don't know how to take it. Maybe it was just like, didn't know what to do. And he's just like pacing around. I could see that. So everybody is different. Not everybody is like the hero that could stay with him and save somebody. Not that somebody doesn't care, but their nerves might take them somewhere else, or they're just They don't know how, you don't know how you'll act in a situation like that. But okay, so like I said, we're going to list out reasons why I think he's guilty and then reasons why I'm doubting it, because there's a bunch. I mean, there's reasons both ways. I feel like there's a lot of doubt, like this Darley thing. There's a lot of doubt, but so here's just some of the things. And then we're going to go over the owl theory too. There's this owl theory. See, look how similar they look. This is Elizabeth Ratliff that died in 85. And then this supposedly he was just friends. They were just good friends. And then this is Kathleen, his last wife that died. So they really are. They do look similar, I think. Okay, so happy you're covering this one. Yeah, I am too. I'm so glad that I watched this. It was a great Netflix. It was a great series, I should say. So what happened is, I'm just going to tell you the outcome, and then we're going to discuss it just so you kind of know what happened. So in 2000, what year was that? Hold on a second. I'm bad with these dates for this one right now. I took some notes. Look at all these notes. What date did he get? Well, if it was 2000, hold on a second. 2003, I think he got convicted. Wasn't it 2003 he gets convicted? So he does. The verdict was guilty. Life in prison. It was premeditated murder. He gets found guilty. Life in prison. Goes to prison for 8 years. They get him out. David Rudolph is his lawyer, which he's a pretty good lawyer. Like I said, you could watch behind the scenes, and it's really cool to watch behind the scenes and all the work that goes into it, and all the the thinking that they do, and just all the aspects that they're thinking about when they're going to a trial. It's really cool, really neat. Just some of the stuff you wouldn't even think that they're like, and how they go about it and stuff. So, but anyway, so he gets an appeal because another one of those famous blood spatter experts doing wrong. Okay. Actually, Lieber Scale sent me this article that actually gives a good little collection of all his mistakes. I know there was 35 false statements. Hold on a second. And we're going to go into some of these little details, but I just wanted to kind of tell you what made of it. Or maybe I should just work my way up. No, let's just finish this real quick and tell you what happened, and then maybe I'm doing this wrong. I should just lead up to it, huh? I'm not good. See, when I do my edited ones, I have it all like where I could edit it, but like sometimes I'm like, where do I start from? Okay, so I mean, why might as well just say that for the end. All right, so let's go to Ratliff real quick, just real quick, because there's some things. I know that it's hard to imagine that two people found at the bottom of the stairs, and the thing that at first he was telling his lawyer that there wasn't that much blood with Elizabeth. Okay. So when David Rudolph and his team went to Germany to go talk to Elizabeth's friends and everybody that came over that day when she was laying at the bottom of the stairs in 85, and they all said, "Ooh, that was when they exhumed her body. I didn't mean to put that one in there. That was Elizabeth Ratliff." Wow, man. Anyway, so what am I saying now? What was I saying? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. So they interviewed. Oh, and that's another thing. The footprint on her leg. Oh, there's so many. God, there's so many things we got to talk about on this. Okay, let me just turn this off, because we are going to use this for when we talk about certain things, but it's distracting me from saying it. Okay, so I just want to start with Ratliff, right? Elizabeth, the one in 85 that died. Okay, so first of all, when you have blunt force trauma, you could hear a lot of experts say that usually with blunt force trauma, which the state's the state's medical examiner was trying to say that was the cause of death. Well, usually with blunt force trauma, you would have a skull fracture, you'd have bruising of the brain, you would have swelling to the brain, you'd have massive injury to the brain, and neither of them had any of that. They were just lacerations. They were just lacerations. They didn't go through to the skull at all. It was just like a, I don't want to say superficial, but it was basically that they bled to death. Well, I don't know about Elizabeth, but Kathleen. Oh, thanks, Robin Zinn's girl. Yeah, me too, Robin. It does feel good to like get into another case. Thank you. So that was one of the things the medical examiner, the state's medical examiner said up on stand that the cause of death was blunt force trauma, when later on they found a note that actually she didn't want to say that. She said the cause of death of, I'm going to Kathleen now, the recent one, his wife, the cause of death was she bled to death. So that was one little like, okay, why'd all the corruptness. This took me back to Darley's case, because when people were saying, well, you know, they said this and this, and I was saying, well, just because it's experts saying it, it does not mean they're telling the truth. Experts lie. If they're working for the state, they lie, and this case proves it right here. So not only did she say something that she didn't agree with, that freaking blood spatter analyst, he screwed up big time. Okay, so anyway, I thought that, okay, first of all, I think the judge always ruled in the state's favor. It kind of made me mad, because I think a lot of the times David had the defense had a good argument to not bring in that Germany murder that shouldn't have been brought in, I don't think. And he even said it afterwards, it was prejudicial. Like he shouldn't have. He said he probably wasn't gonna. If they did a retrial, he probably wouldn't have let it in the second time. And then when they searched his computer and found like the bisexual stuff, so we'll get into that in a minute. But I want to go back. I want to go to Ratcliffe real quick. Or Ratliff. I keep calling her Ratcliffe. Okay, this is what gets me, guys, with her. If he dropped her off, like what was it, 11 that night too, or whatever, that he drops her off and he goes back home and they didn't find her till 8 in the morning. Why did the nanny actually even tell Michael that she thought she was still alive because she was warm? I know he said the heater, but no, if she was in like rigor mortis, which 12 hours after she would have been, you know what I'm saying? If he killed her then, she would have looked a lot different than they described her. Like the fact that the nanny thought she was still alive, there's no way if she was 12 hours dead that the nanny would be like, no, she's still alive, she's warm. So that makes me kind of doubt that it was him, because if for it to be him in their theory, it would have had to happen the night before on Elizabeth, the one in Germany now I'm talking about. So it would have had to happen the night before. They found her early the next morning and nobody talked about rigor mortis. No, I want to see an autopsy, because like David Rudolph would say, she was on the stairs kind of like, so when they would have got her, she would have been stiff, like in that position. Nobody said that. And then when they did the spinal tap thingy, when they got the spinal fluid out, he said the doctor probably would have had a hard time getting the needle in if she was, or he would have been aware of that too. I mean, it would have been marked somewhere that she was in that state, right? But we're going to go through her autopsy to see if it says anything. I haven't got to really go through it yet, actually. I thought we could go through that together in a little bit, but that's not going to be till a little bit to see if it says anything like that. So that's what made me start doubting that it was Michael, because that tells you that maybe she died like more in the morning. If she was still warm and people were still thinking she could have been alive. I mean, do you guys see what I'm saying? So that kind of makes me have doubt that it was murder for that one, or that it could have been him. Because rigor mortis, I'm sorry, I just feel like that nanny would have definitely have known. Don't you think? I mean, she wouldn't have been like, no, she's alive. Like, I don't know. I have a trouble believing that she would have thought that if she's been dead for 12 hours. So that kind of makes me doubt it. Okay, so I'm just going to go through this. So So yeah, he let that come in the judge, which I thought that was wrong. He always voted in their favor. Let's see. And then another thing is the babies were still asleep, right? Oh, well, never mind. I was thinking that was the next morning. Okay, never mind. I was thinking if they had gotten an argument, him and Michael wouldn't they have been up crying, and they would have woke him up if there was this something going on. Okay, so what happened is the nanny ran over to tell the Petersons, and Mike ran over with her to see what was going on. So he was one of the first people on the scenes after the nanny had found Elizabeth. This is the one in Germany now. I know I'm probably going back and forth. But both of the friends said there was blood up the walls, just like Kathleen's murder, and the stair and on this right by the stairs, which that is one of the reasons I'm having trouble believing that he's innocent, because if she would have just fell down the stairs, both of them, why would there be blood in the spots that there was blood, like high up kind of? Now there was no blood on the ceiling, which we'll get on into that in a minute with the cast off, but it was pretty high up on the staircase. And from what Elizabeth's friends are saying, that it was for hers too, and there was a lot of blood for hers, and that's not how Michael described it to his lawyer. He said there wasn't any blood, so either he lied or he didn't remember it right. So basically, when Mike came running over, this is in Germany now, I'll tell you when I switch. When Mike came running over with the nanny, the nanny said she had to go throw up because, it was just making her sick. So she went in the bathroom to throw up, and then Mike came and got her and asked for a sheet to cover her up. And that's when she's like, no, she's still alive. Why are you covering her up? And he's like, she's not alive. And she's like, she's still warm. And he's like, she's dead. She's not alive. He said something like, it's from the heat from the floor, but it's not going to stop rigor mortis. I'm sorry. So, and then Ratliff's sister said that Michael had a terrible temper, but Michael said he only met her twice. So there could be two reasons for that. Either the sister's lying, or Elizabeth had said something to her sister that he had a terrible temper. That could have been that. Like, and Mike's like, I only met her twice, and no, so maybe if her sister was talking about him, I could see that. Yeah, it was 11 p.m. at night. That's what the state wants you to believe, basically. If you believe that he killed her if you believe Michael killed Elizabeth, the one in Germany, it would have had to been at 11 that night before. And they didn't find her till 8 a.m. And no one said anything about her being stiff or rigor mortis. You didn't hear anybody saying it. Now, they didn't ask, but that was never a remark anybody said. And then they said the doctor would have probably had trouble getting the needle in to do the spine, to get the spinal fluid. But then I know I'm just going as I'm taking notes. I think this is the best way to do it. So I am, at least for right now. Is that all right, guys? Oh, Amber, thanks for joining. That's how, well, it's how the Netflix was going, because I took notes as I was watching the Netflix. So I didn't take them on like the first 4 or 5 episodes, and then I started taking notes when it got into the trial part. Thanks, Amber. So now back to Kathleen, his wife. Kathleen's sisters, right? They went to the library and they found some of Michael's books. And there's this one book, which was, it kind of gives you chills. They were reading some of the quotes that he was writing in the books, and not quotes, but yeah, I guess it was quotes from the book. And one of Kathleen's sister's theory is that Michael was actually talking about himself. It was a fictional book, but she was like, but he's really talking about himself, which is possible. Authors use their own experience and their own thoughts. Sometimes they are talking about themselves. So she thinks that he was talking about himself, and he was trying to figure himself out because he knew something's wrong with him. He's having these urges and these thoughts, and then he's putting them in the book. And I wrote down some of them that she found. So one of them, it's, you cannot kill and be unaffected like an animal that tastes blood. So then he kills, he's forever disposed to that thirst. Perhaps he will never kill again or ever want to, but away in his mind is the knowledge of the act, the awareness of its simplicity. the peculiar reminder of elation. I don't know. That accompanied the deed, and to that he, now I couldn't understand, it said licensed, rewarded, or something, or never caught. So he, I don't know if it's saying like he, I don't know. And then another one is sex and violence are always intertwined. And then another thing in his book he wrote, avid personality, pure wicked, capable of moral action. He knew something was wrong and trying. Oh, that's what I was saying. She said he knew something was wrong with him and he was just trying to figure out himself. So another thing he wrote in his book is happiness is murder, hell is not being happy, and being happy is doing what you want. Doing what you want is an exercise in pleasure. Therefore, being happy is doing what gives you pleasure. Loving, sacrificing, murdering. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And I would agree with the sister as far as, to analyze some of that stuff, he definitely could be talking about himself. But did he ever act on it? I don't know. It's interesting. And they had a biomechanics expert, the defense. And I think actually they did a pretty good job, though, at doing the reenactment if she would have fallen. So if you guys don't watch that, go watch it, because a lot of people were like, well, how can you explain those injuries? But they did like a CGI type reenactment where they showed like how possibly she would have got those, because she had 7 lacerations on her head, which here, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you where is it? Hold on one second. I had a picture. I can't find the picture where it's at her actually head that they show in the Netflix, which maybe is better. But there's a diagram that shows where the lacerations were. So hold on one second. Let me find it. I already played it, but it was when it was playing. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll pause it. Okay. So, this will do for right now. This one is Kathleen's, and then this one's Elizabeth's. Okay. So they basically made it said it was basically 7 lacerations. So I don't know how they figured that out. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know, but these are the lacerations on her head. It's kind of blurry, but and this one's on Elizabeth's head. And they both determined that they both had 7. I don't know where they're getting 7, but I guess they were figuring 7 different things, different actions or whatever. So the reenactment kind of shows how possibly she got these lacerations. Okay. So the state, though, this is another huge thing. Like, so the state, their whole narration is that he did this with a blow poke. Okay. It's this, do I have a picture of it? Hold on a second. Let me get a picture of it. And there's a big, don't say anything in chat yet. No, you guys can. Okay, so this blow poke, this is the thing. What instrument could he have used that's not too heavy? It's heavy enough to cut through the skin and sharp enough to make those marks to cut through the skin, but it's not too heavy that it's gonna bust through the skull, like fracture any of the skull, make the brain swell. They're more like superficial cuts. I don't know if you call them superficial, but it didn't go into the skull. It didn't make the brain swell up, no swelling, no brain damage, nothing. It just made her bleed. Okay. So they're like, well, what could it be? So supposedly they go through this trial saying it was this blow poke, and that this blow poke was mysteriously missing. So they think Michael hid his murder weapon, because it would have blood on it. So he hid it, right? That's what the whole theory was. He got rid of the murder weapon, and that's what it was, because they knew he had a blow poke because, just keep this up here, because Kathleen's sister got him all blow pokes. So they knew he had one, and they've seen it. I mean, they've seen it in his house. They got it for him, and now they can't find it supposedly. And supposedly the state's medical examiner said, yep, a weapon like that would create those. Okay. Hold on. Let me just try to find a picture of that blowpoke real quick so you guys could see what it is. 1 second. And then there's a big revelation about the blowpoke. Okay. I guess hold on. Why is this not working? Let me show you what it looks like first, and then I'll tell you what ended up happening. Okay, so. Oh, this is actually him. This is actually Michael Peterson's lawyer, David Rudolph, showing the blowpokes. So these are here. Actually, let me get another. Okay, that's what it looks like basically. But that one doesn't have the one. I got to find the one that has the thing on the end. So you could kind of, this right here. Well, can you see how it has like a point on it? Like this kind of has a point like that on it. And it's like this. Okay. So supposedly that's what their whole story was, that he hit her with this blowpoke. Okay. And it was missing, and he had one. They knew he had one. Okay. So the blood expert, let me type him in real quick so you guys can see good old Dwayne Deaver. See a picture of him. So we got Dwayne Deaver here. He's their blood. Oh, thanks, Angie Erickson. He's their blood spatter analyst, the state's blood spatter analyst. And he goes and he conducts these experiments, right? Thank you so much, Angela. I appreciate that. So he conducts these experiments where he knows the spatter that he needs to match. He knows the spatter on the shorts. He knows the spatter on the walls. So Michael Peterson, he had a little, I think he only had one drop on the inside of his pants, because I keep hearing about, oh, inside. But then when I try to look at the blood spatter inside the shorts, there's only one drop, unless if I'm missing something. But one drop is one drop. So let me try to bring up his shorts real quick. Hold on, so you guys could see. Oh, I had it somewhere. Well, I guess this is on the outside. So basically his shorts, he had like the inside was the inside, the front of his shorts, it looked like it was smeared, like almost like if you were to wipe off your shorts, or if you were like he was holding her and it was just smearing. I could see that, or kind of just wiping it. And then inside, I guess there was a blood spatter. I don't know if it was one drop or more than one drop. I'm not sure, but he did these reenactments where he was trying to basically get the same the same spatter or whatever. So he did it in a way where he did things where it just wouldn't do it like the way he hit it. He just did it in a way to try to get the end result, even if it was not reasonable, and so basically the way he did his scientific research, it just wasn't scientific. It's just corrupt. It's corrupt. He knew the result he wanted to get, and he was going to do anything to get it. And he lied. And he even up on stand, he did horrible up on stand, but the jury actually said that he was the one determining factor. They went back to that blood spatter, and that's where they got somebody interviewed one juror, and they said it was divided. And what made him finally come to an agreement is going back to the blood spatter and what Dwayne Deaver said, right? So basically said the only way to get that spot was if he was standing over her, hitting her with something. And another thing is he had Michael had no spatter on his shirt, and Dave asked him, okay, did you test? Did he have any spatter on his shirt? Well, you couldn't see it because it was a dark shirt. Dave's like, okay, did you test it though? There's things you could do to illuminate it to see. And he said, no, you just couldn't see. It was dark. You just had an attitude. He's just like, no, you just couldn't see it. And David said, so you just didn't test it? He said, yeah, we tested it, but there was no spatter. And Dave's like, you tested it? Did you turn it into the DA? Because nothing was turned in. Where is it? I think I turned it in. So here he withheld that. He said he turned it in, but the defense didn't know anything about it. And he was just trying to like put it off, you know? So he's just shady. He's shady. But anyway, he ended up, there was another case that he was the blood spatter analyst. And I'm trying to get the name of it. Hold on. The name of the guy. And he ended up getting off. He was wrongly convicted and spent like 18 or 19 years in jail because of his testimony. So he ended up, actually, let me read this article because Lieber had this good article. So this is about the blood splatter analyst. I always say that wrong. Why do I keep doing that? Let me put him up again. I feel like I'm all over the place. Okay. We'll just show some pictures. So this is good old Dwayne here. I'll put it up again. Oh, Liz, thanks, Los Angeles, like Los Angeles. I love it. So this is him. Okay, so it was this guy right here, actually. This is the guy right here. What's his name? Greg Taylor. Okay. So Greg Taylor was exonerated because he was wrongly convicted because of good old Dwayne Deaver's testimony. So hold on a second. Let me read what I'm going to read yours, Lieber. That was a good article. Okay, so what happened to Dwayne Deaver? Let's just read this here, a couple of it. So he was an FBI agent. He was a blood spatter analyst who worked for the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation in 2002 when the case went to trial. His expert testimony is a major part of what led to Peterson's conviction for the murder of his wife, Kathleen Peterson, in 2001. The blood spatter expert insists in the staircase that the patterns seen in the staircase of the Peterson home were the result of Kathleen Peterson being beaten to death. Though Peterson maintained his innocence and the defense presented blood spatter experts of its own. The jury convicted Peterson on first-degree murder in 2003 and sentenced him to life in prison. Oh, his first... Yeah, it wasn't until 8 years later, after Peterson had exhausted his appeals, that a chance arose to reopen his case. A series of newspaper articles challenged the finding of the SBI and Deaver in particular, which caused North Carolina Attorney General to launch an investigation. So Deaver was suspended after it came to light that he failed to report blood test results that would have been helpful to the defense in the case of Greg Taylor, a man whose conviction was thrown out after he spent 19 years in prison for murder he didn't commit. I'll put up a couple other pictures. So Judge Orlando Hudson Jr. also ruled that Deaver perjured himself during Peterson trial and awarded him a new trial as the result. So what happened to Deaver? He had a 25-year career as a blood spatter analyst, but was fired from SBI in 2011. And he had falsified evidence in 34 different cases and was found to have misstated findings and falsely reported evidence in more than 200 cases. So you're telling me that don't happen? Now this makes you think of that the Darley case. But how funny is this though, guys? So when they found out and they went to the retrial and they went to the basically the hearings for the retrial and to basically show how Dwayne Deaver messed up. I mean, his testimony kind of that he should grant basically Michael Peterson a new trial because his testimony. Guess what expert that they had? You guys are gonna laugh. Guess what expert that the defense brought up? Tom Bevel. You guys, when I saw that, I'm like, no. But he was against Deaver. If you guys don't know who Tom Bevel is, he's the one. He did Darlie Routier's blood spurt. He did the testimony in her trial, and he has some issues. He's wrongly convicted some people too. So that's what I'm saying. There's corruption all over. And when they're working for the state, like this guy, they say what they make. Sometimes they make that fit what the state story, what they want them to say, what they want the outcome to be. It happens. I'm telling you. So yeah, Tom Bevel was the defense's, or at least he brought him up for the hearing to show that this guy screwed it up. So I thought that was funny. But anyway, so I never even said, so they convicted him. He spent 8 years and he got a retrial because of this guy. And so they went to go, I'm going back and forth. I know it. Let me just go back to where I was first, because we're going to lead up to that. But I just wanted to show you this guy. Hold on. Are you guys following this at all? Or am I like... Okay, so I'm gonna just finish my notes and then we'll go. All right, so back to... I was at the part where I was talking about the reenactment. So I think they did a good reenactment to kind of show the lacerations, the 7 lacerations that could possibly have happened, caused the lacerations on Kathleen's head. But there is this Alf theory, but I'm gonna go over that last. There's another theory that they didn't even bring up in this. Really, it wasn't until after like a neighbor had brought it up. But I mean, it wasn't brought up in any of the trial or anything. Okay, so remember the blow pokes this is their state's big thing. That's the weapon. That's what he used to kill Kathleen, was that blow poke, because it had to be something that would create those injuries, right? So 2 days before the trial ended, well, basically the day before the defense was going to give their closing statement, one of Mike Peterson's son found it in the garage. Wakes up Mike, wakes up everybody. I found the blow poke. Has cobwebs on it. They tested it. There's no DNA, no blood or anything. It had cobwebs on it. So the trial, David basically brings it up, and he was slick the way he presented it, because he's like, what am I going to do? This could actually hurt us, because they're going to be like, oh, you just found it? Like, what? You didn't look for it harder? How did you miss it? Because Dave's like, how did he miss it? We looked. He supposedly looked everywhere, and it was just laying in the garage. How did we miss it? So he basically brought it up in a way where he said, did anybody ever ask to see it? Nobody asked. Nope. Did the investigator, did anybody ever ask Michael where the blow poke was? No, everybody just assumed it was missing. Nobody asked. It's right here, and he showed him like the cobwebs. He showed him, there's no blood on it, but the tip was off of it. But I just think that I don't think that was, if Mike did do it, I don't think that was the weapon anyway, because there would have been blood. I mean, I don't know. It was just cobwebbed. And even if he would have took the tip off and got rid of it, there would have been blood somewhere inside or something, I feel like. But anyway, so I just got to jump to like way later about the blow poke. So after he gets out and they're doing the retrial and stuff, when the new lawyer's finding out stuff, and David, I don't know who found this one out, but they found out that actually the crime scene techs found the blow poke that first day I don't know the first day, but when they're searched through the house, they took a picture of it, and they're the ones that laid it where it was. They laid it on the ground. It was like laying up against something. They laid it on the ground. They took a picture of it and everything. And they were actually even witnesses in the trial, and they knew what they were saying. I mean, they knew that they were trying to say that was the weapon. They never mentioned that the blow poke was right there. They put it down. They took a picture of it. So whether the state knew, and they just, because they probably had those pictures, right? So that corruptness. Did they know that was there the whole time? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, unless it was just the text. The crime scene text just didn't say anything, because I don't know if the state would want to take a chance. And then because if they knew it was laying there, I'd take a chance of Mike, like, no, it's right here. I don't know, like what happened, but I don't know. They should have said something. So it was basically in the evidence the whole time. There was a picture of it, basically, not the. But yeah, so how crazy is that? And another thing that they screwed up on is they never, back to Dwayne Deaver too, they never tested Kathleen's shirt for DNA. It was supposed to go there. They didn't find this out until the retrial time. Okay. So they didn't even know before he was already convicted. They found it out after that it was supposed to go get tested for DNA. And this, what was her name? Two people. It was Dwayne Deaver and somebody else. They basically just skipped that part and took it to Dwayne so he could do his scientific experiments on it. So yeah, I don't know. Basically, they never tested for DNA. So and they skipped that. Like they should have. They should have tested for DNA, because what if there was an intruder? To see if it had Michael's DNA on it. I mean, this was Kathleen, his wife. They didn't test her shirt. And also when they went, because they were about to go to a retrial, so they went to get all the evidence out. The bags were ripped. The boxes were switched. There was actually a piece of evidence that was from a different case mixed in with the case. So basically, his new lawyer, because Dave got him a new lawyer. His new lawyer said, how are we supposed to build a case and test any of this stuff when it's all been contaminated? They brought it to the judge. They wanted him to just dismiss it. Like, we can't have a retrial. We can't even test any of this stuff. It's all been contaminated. Bags are ripped. Boxes were not even in like evidence boxes. There was things mixed in. The shoes were on top of other stuff. It was ripped. Everything was just a mess. So they can't get any reliable like test. How are you going to do it? That could have been touched by how many people? So basically, guess what though? The judge still ruled in the state's favor. They didn't dismiss it. Still, after 8 years, he's still ruling in the shady ways. He should have. I don't know. I don't agree with that. So anyway, yeah, he said nope. So no dismissal. So he ends up. I keep going to that, and then I would keep going back. No, that's the ending. Okay. So where am I at? Let me just finish reading these notes. Am I driving you guys nuts how I'm telling this? I don't know how to tell a story in a live time. Like, I could do it edited, but like live, it's just so much stuff to say. It's like, how do you put it together? Okay, let's see. Oh, that's another huge thing. If he used something, which the state was saying he used something to hit her, because it's not from the fall. Those laceration they're saying it has to be from something he hit her with, right? So, but there was no cast off. And that's what was weird. There was no cast off like up on the ceiling, just the way it was, that he would have had to have taken the blow poke. Well, now we know it's not the blow poke, but at the trial, they said the blow poke, and he would have had to hit her like this, like not like this. Like normally you probably would do it. No, because there would have been cast off up in the ceiling, and just the way the cast off was, he would have had to actually have been like, you just have to see the way they reenacted it, how it would have had to happen if that was it. It just seems unrealistic that that's the way he would have went like this and went like that. Like, no, if you're trying to kill somebody, you're not gonna just tap, like, because he basically, the stairwell was only like so big, so you couldn't get a good, like, you just have to be like this far, because it only goes that far. You hit the wall. If not, you'd have to go straight up and down, but he didn't do that because there was no cast off up there. So he would have to only have like this much room and go like this. I mean, that's just stupid. So I don't know. I think personally, if he did it, I could see him, first of all, maybe pushed her down the stairs. Second of all, just took her head and, like, I know it's crazy to think about, but just took her head and hit it up against the stairs. I think if that's what happened, I don't think there was a weapon if he did it. If he did it, I don't think it was even a weapon. So I think she either fell, maybe the Al theory, which we'll get to, or he actually took her and pushed her head and like hit her on stairs, hit her on the corner of the wall. And so it is the stairs that made the lacerations. I think the corners of the stairs That's why I think it could be a fall too, because the corners, I think it could have, the way it just hits the wall, like there's a, the wall this way and then the stairs. So she could have fell back this way. He could have took her and hit her head that way. I mean, I just don't think there was a weapon. But in order for them to have convicted her, the state was saying that there was a weapon, right? Wouldn't you have to believe that? So anyway, and I have to admit, though, even though I knew, because I did research before, so I knew how it was going to end. I knew that he took the Alford plea. Yeah, spoiler alert. But I knew it ahead of time. I already knew how it was going to end because I researched it before. But even knowing how it was going, what was going to happen when the verdict came back, I knew it was going to be guilty. I was still like nervous. My heart was pounding and I was still like, oh no. And I was hoping that they would find him not guilty. Like at that point, I wanted a not guilty verdict for some reason. And when they said guilty, I'm like, oh no. But like I said, there's still part of me that thinks he did do it. So I don't know. But just in that moment, I guess I was feeling like he was innocent in that little moment. And then, so yeah, the Alford plea is basically Alford. I know they were saying Alford. I don't know. When I look at that, I just say Alford. It probably is Alford. Alford is Alford, whatever. However you want to say it. Hold on a second. I'll bring that up real quick. So he was going to go to a retrial, right? And he could have done it. It was getting close. They, the West Memphis 3 took the Alford plea too. Hold on a second. The definition is a guilty plea in which a defendant maintains their innocence, but admits that the prosecution's evidence would likely result in a guilty verdict if brought to trial. Well, so basically when he got out because of the Dwayne Deaver. He gets out on bond, not out. I mean, he still gets out for a retrial or appeal, basically. Hold on a second. Let me make sure. Yeah. So he gets out on he had an ankle bracelet first. For almost 3 years, he's wore that ankle bracelet while they were getting ready, figuring out when they're going to have a retrial, what's going to go on. They were trying to settle it with either like a no contest plea or like an Alford plea. But Kathleen's sister was being really, I don't want to say difficult because that is her sister, but she was just really standing firm on what she wanted. Okay. So in the district attorney, it was like hard for him to go against the family's wishes, So at first, David kind of presented the Alford plea and Mike said he would take it, but as long as he doesn't have to go and say he's guilty. He said, if I don't have to stand up and say I'm guilty, I can't do that. He said, I'm sorry, I can't stand up and say I'm guilty when I'm not guilty. I won't do it. Sorry, I will not do it. And so basically she wanted him to have to stand up and say he was guilty. So she didn't accept the Alford plea, because the Alford plea, you could basically maintain your innocence. But you're pleading guilty, but you don't have to say you maintain your innocence, but you say that there's enough evidence to convict you or whatever. But anyway, she denied that. She didn't even want him to have that. So, they tried to get it dismissed with this evidence crap where they had the bags open and just how are they going to retest all this contaminated evidence? Judge ruled in the state's favor. So they're getting ready for a retrial. Then that whole blowpoke thing, that came up too. And finally, the prosecution just said, okay, they offer the Alford plea again. And so he took it. He didn't have to say it. He just had to say yes when the judge asked him. And so Yeah, he took it, so he's out, but man, her sister stood up during that hearing, and she was so mad. She thinks he's so guilty. No, she was so mad. I forgot to say about the bisexual thing. Okay, so this is the motive. This is the state's motive, right? So they think that night, maybe they were out by the pool. So, okay, maybe she does go in before him. She actually, let me bring this up real quick. Hold on a second. I was reading this article that's kind of interesting. One second. About, where is it? Is it right here? No, hold on a second. It's the autopsy. Oh, you know what? I took notes. That's what I did. So the bisexual thing. So, let me just go from my memory because I don't have the article up. She went in around 11 o'clock. Okay. She talked to her friend at like 11:08. She was talking to her friend on the phone. Her friend was supposed to email her something to Michael's email. And this is when Mike supposedly is out by the pool, right? So it does make you think, because his email, we're going to get to that. They found bisexual stuff in his searches, and he was in contact with an escort through an email that he was supposed to meet up with. The email ended up backing out because he wanted to reschedule, but basically he had affairs with men while he was married to Kathleen. So the theory is she gets a phone call from a friend that's supposed to email her to Michael's email. She goes up that night, goes onto Michael's email, and ends up seeing this email from this guy, and then ends up seeing that he's basically cheating on her with men. And she never opens up the email from her friend. It probably doesn't get that far. And then whether he ends up coming in and she confronts him, or she goes out and confronts him, whatever, and then he gets mad and kills her, maybe. That's the motive. And financial. They were going through some financial trouble too. So, and she had a $1.8 million life insurance. So, let me skip to that part. So they think maybe it was, man, I have a lot more I did want to say. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. But anyway, yeah, so maybe it was a mix of financial, because he wasn't making too much money. I mean, he had sold books, but I don't think he had in a while. And she was worth like $2 million, I think it was. And she was afraid she was going to lose her job. She was worried. She worked at Nortel. She was even venting to like her daughter and her sister and stuff, that she was afraid that she was possibly going to lose her job because there was layoffs. So, and her stocks that she had for her, 401k, her retirement, all her stuff for her future was dropping because Nortel was not doing very well. And she invested it all in that, like most of it in that. And so they think it was like a financial thing. And then what led to it, then she found out he's cheating on her and he's with other men, and that, yeah, and she probably maybe threatened to leave him, or, he was just embarrassed. Whatever happened that night, she found it on his computer, which does make sense because her friend was supposed to email her on his email. But you would think, then it makes me think, if that's what was happening, that means that probably happens a lot, right? Where she gives her friends his email. I'm sure it's not the first time that's happened. So why would he keep those emails on that email? You think he would have a private email for that stuff? Or you think he would already have thought that out to make sure that he has that separate? I don't know. I don't get that part. Because if she gives him the email, then obviously that's how she's done it before. They write it through his email. So I don't know. He says that he never actually told her that he was bisexual, but it was almost like an unknown thing. Like she knew, but we didn't talk about it, but she kind of had an idea. That's his thing. And he said he never really cheated on her. He never had a relationship with the men. It was just all sex. Like it was never like anything more. It wasn't like a companion. It was just like the physical. It was nothing. No. So he's like, I wasn't cheating on her. It was just this almost like a hobby he had, and that she would have been okay, but he never had to tell her, but that she kind of was aware that he was bisexual, because he said she made jokes like when they would go to like army bases, she'd be like, look at them slapping a butt, see, they're gay just like you. I don't know. Who knows if that's true or not? But so the thing is that, he's saying he has this perfect marriage, and they're arguing, how do you have a perfect marriage when you're having these physical relationships with other men? That can't be that perfect if you have to go out of your marriage to do that. And he's looking at it different. Supposedly he's saying, well, that doesn't mean anything. She's my soulmate. She's my companion. This is just a physical thing. So that's the motive. But then I was reading, he worked for the Herald Sun newspaper, right? Okay, listen to this. He had a column or whatever where he talked about like police corruption and stuff. So I guess they said anyone in a position of power was not a friend of Michael's because he exposed them. So he said he alienated a lot of people because he's very opinionated, and he was attacking the establishment. So you could see how this happens, and they're going to go for him stronger because they already don't like him. So they are going to make sure, not that they're the ones that created this, they didn't, but that after it happened, that they would do corrupt stuff like that to try to make sure they get him because they don't like him, and they would just be harder on him. Maybe that's why the judge was hard. I don't know. It does make you wonder if they did have it out for him because of that. He actually ran for mayor one time. He ended up, and that's when he ended up in a scandal. So when he was running for mayor, he ended up losing because that's when it came out of his big lie that his limp that he's had for 30 years was from a war injury. He claimed, and it came out that it wasn't a war injury. It was him driving. I mean, he was I forget what they called it, some drive where it wasn't during war or anything. It was just like a car accident. And so that came out that he was lying. So he didn't win because everybody didn't trust him then. And I guess it put his wife Kathleen in a spot because she was kind of high up there with people. She had like friends in the right places and had a good job, and she kind of had to stand by her man. But now he's known for he's a liar, going around like he has this war injury when it's not. And then he ended up running for city council too and lost, and her stocks were falling. He was $143,000 in debt and credit card debt. So they think that $1.8 million life insurance policy could have been a motive. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's go back to Ratliff. Hopefully you guys are all following. Ratliff, the lady that died in Germany. Now, her two daughters that basically Mike adopted when they were like 1 or 2, they stuck by their dad. So all the kids, the two daughters and his two biological sons, all think he's innocent. They stuck by him since day one, and they totally think he's innocent. But her daughter, Kathleen's daughter, split from him. She originally thought he was innocent until she saw the autopsy, and she saw the autopsy, and then she found out about the bisexual stuff. Then she started thinking, okay, he's guilty. So they, had a falling out. So she doesn't even talk to her. Well, at the time, I don't know if that's been 2 years now. So I don't know if her and her sisters ended up talking again, but at the time, yeah, she didn't talk to any of them. So they exhumed Elizabeth Ratliff's body to see. if the doctor in Germany had it right and it really was a cerebral hemorrhage, right? But instead of letting the medical examiner in Texas, where they exhumed her body, do the autopsy, they shipped her all the way to North Carolina to have the Radish medical examiner, the state's medical examiner, do the autopsy. Corrupt or not. I mean, come on. If you are really transparent and you just want to get to the truth, you would let them do it in Texas. You wouldn't spend all this money and all this trouble to ship the body all the way across the freaking country to have your medical examiner do them when somebody else is just as qualified. That makes you think that it's because they wanted to, they know she will go along with what they want. And basically, she changed it to homicidal, what did she call it? Homicidal, hold on a second. I thought I wrote it down. Homicidal, basically homicide. I forget how she worded it. It was homicidal something. So after they exhumed it, she changed it from a hemorrhage to a homicidal act or something. Why can't I think how they worded that, guys? Help me out. So yeah. So she changed that. So then it did look like, okay, 2 murders. That first one wasn't an accident, and the second one's not an accident, according to this medical examiner. All right, so let me go back to let's go back to the blood spatter. Okay, this is a weird thing. I have a picture of it here. There's a shoe print. It's his shoe print is on the back of her leg, and I can't make sense of that because I try to picture any picture of him, like trying to hug her or whatever, of how he could get his shoe print on the back of her leg. And the only thing I could think of is if he's hitting her and he's holding her down with his foot while he's beating her, or slamming her head into the freaking stairs, or even just trying to hold her down so she doesn't get up, meaning that he did kill her. Because how else do you have a bloody footprint on the back of her freaking pants? I don't know, guys. I was trying to picture it in my head if it could happen any other way after she died. If somehow he's holding her, crying, or whatever, just trying to save her, or whatever. If there's any way that his bloody footprint could have got on the back of her leg, and I can't think of anything. Let me show it to you guys real quick. But then, do we trust the investigator? What if they took his shoe and did it? I mean, corruption happens. They could even be that corrupt. I don't know. I wouldn't even put it past them. But hold on, let me find that spot in the I had it in the video. We still have to go over the owl theory too, guys. There's another theory besides the falling down theory that the neighbor came up with after. I want to go over. But let me find this footprint. Hold on. There it is. Okay. Okay, so look. It's definitely a footprint, man. It was the back of her pants. So this looks like this is probably elastic by her ankles, I'm guessing. So it'd probably be the back of her, lower back of her pants. So can you guys picture any way that could be besides while he's freaking killing her or holding her down when she's trying to get up? And there was blood on the bottom of her feet too, which means she stood up after she was bleeding and hit one time or fell one time. They think if she did fall, she fell a few times, like she slipped on her blood and fell back again. She had volume and alcohol in her system, so that mixture could have kind of made her and then she stood up, fell, and maybe she stood up a couple times and fell, because she definitely stood up at least once because the blood on her feet. I'll show you. You can see it down there when that goes away. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Or And the shoes are right next to her. So I don't know. Did he see the blood on her feet down there? So she stood up and slipped in her own blood. And they said by the and wait, let me just show you real quick. Do you see the shoes right next? Those are his shoes too. So did he have them off when the police came? I don't understand that. When did he take them off? Because he wouldn't be wanting to walk around barefoot with the blood. Or was he walking around barefoot when the police came? I would like to know that. Or did he have another pair of shoes on? Because I think these are the shoes that actually had blood splatter on it. Oh, I guess that would make sense though. But no, if they were laying right there. But I bet you their theory is he had them on and then he pretended they were just laying right there to get it. I don't know. What was I gonna say? So they tested. Hold on one second. What was I gonna say? God, I had like 3 things and it just went out of my head and I wanted to say. Hold on, no. Man, what was I going to say? So we were talking about the blood. I know I was going to say real quick. I mean, this isn't what I was going to say, but I just thought of something else. They actually tested where they did like this recording of a woman screaming, help, help, help me. And they put it on the stairs. And then this is her daughter, the one that actually thinks he's guilty now. And they put it on the stairs and then they went out by the pool where he said he was out smoking his pipe or whatever. And to see if he could hear anything, and you could not hear anything. So this is a good segue into the owl theory. So let's say, or intruder, but let's say the owl theory. Let's say she was screaming for help, the owl attacked or whatever, screaming, or if intruder, or even if she fell and she was screaming for help because she couldn't get up or whatever, screaming in any manner. If he was out by the pool, you can't hear anything. And they tested that. He wouldn't have been able to hear. So the owl theory. Okay, let me bring up a picture of that owl real quick. No, that's one of them, but I don't want to do that one yet. Hold on. Oh, I just missed it. Well, okay, so the owl theory. Okay. So there is owls in their neighborhood, and the neighbor thought of this afterwards. He's like, wait, there's owls in the neighborhood. What if? So she went in the back way, right? And Michael said that it was, right before Christmas, and he said there was this one Christmas decoration that he said it was not out. So, and then after it was out. So what he thought is she came in and then she realized, oh, I got to bring these decorations out. So she went and took that decoration out, whatever one that he's talking about that wasn't out, then it was. She went out to take those decorations out the front. Owl swooped down, tacked her head, right? And that would explain these weird lacerations on her head. Let me find, well, this is one of them, but there's a better picture where, hold on a second. Let me try to Google it. But the weird lacerations on her head. And so she runs inside, right? She's bleeding all out of it. She had Valium in her system, a little bit of alcohol. Everybody says no alcohol. It was 0.70 alcohol. She did have alcohol in her system. So she's all kind of out of it, and she falls back. So not only does the owl attack her with his talon, freaking make some lacerations in her head, and then she is all out of it. She falls down a couple times on the steps in her blood and falls. Okay. Because she had strands of hair clenched in both of her hands, parts of pine leaves in her hands, and also there was owl hair. What do they call, like owl feathers? Like it's like the really small, like owl feathers in her head. But they said that could be explained if she uses a down pillow. That could be possibly from a down pillow, but it could be an owl. So she had microscopic owl feathers in her hair, strands of her own hair in her hands, and these pine leaves, like pine parts of like pine leaves in her hand, which would make sense. She's grabbing at the owl. The owl probably could have that stuff on him, grabbing at it, and then she's grabbing at it so she could get hair in her hands as she's grabbing at it, trying to get it off. Because there's these marks on her arms too that kind of look like owl. Well, let me show you that. Right here. Right here. There's like these little what do you call those? Like pokes. Like what weapon is going to do this stuff? I can't figure it out. And you guys see? I think it makes a lot of sense, actually. And if you see her head, I want to get a better picture of her head. It looks like the actual 2 owl talons or whatever. So yeah, what do you guys think of the owl theory? I think there's a good possibility. And everybody's like, we've done research. Nobody's died from an owl attack. Well, she didn't die from the attack. She died from bleeding to death. But what happened is she went inside, and because she was kind of out of it from whatever, she just ended up falling on the stairs probably a couple times too. She slipped. Obviously, you see the blood on her feet. So she did fall after she was bleeding. She fell. And there was a couple drops of blood outside in the front and on the door, the handle of the door, the front door, which would make sense. The owl attacks her. She's running in. It takes a minute to bleed. So, but she does bleed a little bit before she goes inside from the owl, gets inside, is all out of it, probably falls a couple times still. And it would just explain some of the weird stuff, like the weird lacerations where they couldn't figure out if he was hitting or something. If somebody's hitting somebody so hard, I mean, they're trying to kill them, like they would do damage to the skull. They would create some kind of swelling in the brain. It's just not like any other blunt force trauma that you see. Usually there's the skull's cracked, or swelling in the brain. There's some kind of brain damage. There's nothing. All it was cuts to her skin, like lacerations on her skin. It didn't go through her skull. So I just think that the owl theory does make sense, because yeah, the owl's not what killed her. It was what happened after. And what happened was, they said that she probably was bleeding for like 45 minutes to 2 hours. And then one study actually said that the minimum is 2 hours, because they were going on about the blood. Oh, I didn't even share the screen, did I? Did I share this? Oh my God, I'm sorry. I thought I shared it. Did I? No, the owl wasn't inside. She ran inside, and the owl, she got the owl off of her, ran inside. She could have shut the door. She probably shut the door, make sure the owl didn't come in. And then she maybe she slipped on the blood, or was trying to run upstairs, because those are the back stairs that are, you saw the stairway. It's kind of, you can see how you could trip. Maybe she was running in like all freaked out and she fell. And she did have a couple spots on her face. So maybe that's how she ran in, shut the door, fell, maybe in front first, and then got up, slipped backwards. I mean, and they said basically she bled to death, and she could have been bleeding for 2 hours before she actually died, which would go along with him staying out till almost 2:30 out back by the pool. So she's already bleeding. He doesn't hear her. He doesn't even know she's bleeding for the last 2 hours. By the time he comes in, she's almost dead. The blood is dried. Some of the blood's already dry, because they were saying, oh, the blood's dry. That means she had to die hours before. Well, no, she could have been bleeding slowly, like they said, 2 hours possibly before she died. So she's dying slowly as she's bleeding. The blood is drying. The first layers of blood are drying. So by the time he sees her, she ends up being on her last couple breaths, she dies. When the cops come, they see a lot of dried blood because it's the blood from 2 hours ago. I mean, yeah, a lot of it will be dried by the time the cops come. After 2 hours of bleeding, yeah. So it could be explained whether it's the hour she falls that she did bleed for a while before she died. So that's why the blood was dry. See, now I'm going back to the innocent side. I don't know, guys. I go back and forth. Let me find a better picture. That's what I was going to do. I was going to find a better picture of, hold on a second, the back of her head, the lacerations on the back of her head, where you could see it does look like the owl's like crazy, man. And then we're going to go through the autopsy because I haven't even got to go through it. Maybe that'll tell us some stuff. I'm trying to find that one, but it's just, hold on a second, guys. No. Let me see. I don't know. I can't find that good picture that. Well, I guess I had that one. Oh, yeah, this one. Okay, look. Like, I make this bigger. Look, can this be 2 owl talons? Is that what you call them, talons? I'll look up what that looks so you can see, but look. And then I think some of them are from falling and hitting her head. But why was she all, like, it just makes sense. She gets the owl all, like, out of it, runs in, falls trying to go up the stairs, gets up, and then slips on her blood, falls back, and hits her head on that back. Like when they did the reenactment, that there's that wall, and then the corner, hits her head back there, maybe gets up another time and kind of falls, and then sits there and, like, bleeds because she, I don't know, just slowly bleeds. Oh, man. And she's screaming. It doesn't matter how much she's screaming. Michael's not going to hear her. You can't hear from where he was. So it definitely could be. There's drops of blood out in the front and on the door, the front door. Because remember, she came in the back door, but then she could have went out the front to take out the decoration. Because he said that one decoration, he's like, oh, she must have took that out. So what do you guys think? I know I forgot a couple things. I don't know if I went over everything I wanted to. If you guys have followed me, then you guys are good because I'm confusing myself. Not confusing, but I'm like, oh my God, nobody's going to be following what I'm saying. Unless if you're already aware of it. Like new people are probably so lost because I'm not very good at this live. I just want to see if there's anything I wanted to tell you, and then we'll go over the autopsy. I wanted to do that last. Just 1 second. Let me just make sure I went over all my notes here. Yeah, so even the judge gets up, like, what, 8 years later? Not, well, by that time it was almost 15 years later. He gets up and he says that he's reconsidering whether he should have ever allowed the Germany death, which Michael's defense tried to argue that. Like, no, you shouldn't allow what's her name? Oh my God, I'm just all these names. Elizabeth's death has nothing to do with anything. You shouldn't have allowed it. And he's even saying, I shouldn't have allowed it. I shouldn't have allowed the search warrant of his computer for some reason. He said he shouldn't allow that because it was just prejudicial. Like he couldn't get a fair trial. He said he couldn't get a fair trial. He didn't get a fair trial because of that. And he said if he would have gotten a fair trial, if he was on the jury, this is the judge. He said if he was on the jury, he would have probably voted not guilty. That's what he said, because there's too much doubt. There's too much reasonable doubt. And that's why Mike, he didn't want to take the Alford plea because you do have to kind of plead guilty, even though remain innocent. But he said the main reason that he ended up taking it is because he doesn't trust the justice system. He doesn't trust them. If the way they did it the first time, he doesn't put it past them to do it the same way. The corruptness and doing things that they shouldn't have done, lying. Like he said, I don't trust them. So no, I'm going to take it because he basically said, if he believed that he could have got it, if he would definitely was guaranteed he would get a fair trial, he would go for it, but he doesn't trust he would. They would pull the same crap. And I think they would too. And let me see what else. And then I'll chat with you guys before I do the autopsies. Oh, this was something. I jotted this down. He was saying this at the end. I hope I wrote it down right. And it just was like caught my ear like, Sometimes Michael, he'll say something that kind of makes me think he's guilty just by like these things that he says. He said, once you get away with something, you keep getting away with it, and then it becomes okay. It's like, what? I would like kind of like related that to him possibly murdering 2 people. Like, once you get away with something, you keep getting away with it, and then it becomes okay. And I don't even know what that was in a reference to. Maybe he was actually just talking about the prosecution. I don't know. I should have rewound that, but because I caught that. I don't know if I was busy doing something. What was I doing? Why don't I know what he was? I don't know why I don't know what he was referring to, but I wrote it down. And I think it was just, when he just talks sometimes and you're not even sure what he's talking about. Yeah, it was June 2002 where they actually took the picture of that blow poke. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. So I guess I was watching this documentary afterwards. I watched a part of it, and they didn't mention in this the staircase, but the guy said that he actually got beat up in prison in a prison fight only days after he was convicted. I don't know if that's true. They didn't even mention it in there, but in the Netflix series, I just thought that was interesting. And that's another thing I caught, like I'm always like really paying attention to what people say and how they say it. And this was at the end too, when he was just saying a bunch of stuff. Like you could tell he's a writer, just how he talks, how they just talk a certain way. But this just his word choice. He said, I would have never done anything to hurt her. He was talking about Kathleen. Just a weird choice of words where he said, I would have never done anything to hurt her. Doesn't that seem like you should have said, I never hurt her? Or I don't know. Maybe I'm analyzing it too much, but that caught my ear, the way he said that. Okay, so that's all the notes. So let's look at these autopsies here. Like I said, I haven't even looked at them yet. I just found them and I was like, oh, we could go over these. But actually, you know what? First, I'm going to just see what chat's doing because I just been, oh my God. Maybe I will do another video like on this case where it's edited and I could kind of organize it. That's why I kind of wanted a lot of you guys to watch this ahead of time, because then you guys can follow when I'm all over the place, because you already know, you kind of know what's going on. Okay. I know it could have just been a weird coincidence. It wasn't a wife. It actually wasn't his wife. It was just a family friend. It was actually his first wife's like best friend, and then they became like friends. Him and the wife and the husband, and then the husband died, and then Michael kind of, it almost sounded like, when he explains like, oh, I never missed one Well, no, because that would have been after he died. Never mind. Yeah, it was his neighbor. They were really good friends, and they left their two kids to them. But isn't that weird? So she was good friends with Patty, right? Like Pat. What do you guys? Oh, I have a question. What do you guys think of Patty? She's different, huh? His first wife, she's strange. No, I don't want to say strange, but she's unique. She's very unique. His first wife. But his first wife was like best friends with Elizabeth Ratliff. So you would think she would have kept the kids, but instead Michael took the kids and they would have still been babies. Think about that. They divorced in like 85 or 86. Elizabeth died in 85. They said they were like 1 or 2 years old, the two kids. So that means Michael took him back to the States without Patty, without a wife, and he had 2 babies. Isn't that, I mean, you would think that Patty would have kept him. Patty was the one that was like best friends with Elizabeth. I know they were all friends, but Michael was friends with him because Patty had met him when Michael was in Vietnam and became good friends because they worked together. So it's weird that Michael took him with him. I don't know. I keep finding that kind of weird. And that he would have raised these little babies without a woman, which is cool. I mean, that's fine, but it's just kind of like you don't see that all the time. And they love their dad. I mean, they stand beside him they really have a good relationship with him. So, oh my God, Lisa. Did you hear the defense? David Rudolph, he said before the trial started, did you hear him say, cut your eyebrows, like trim your eyebrows, make sure your eyebrows are trimmed? I laughed at that. I'm like, oh my God. He did that. He did end up cutting them, but yeah, his eyebrows. I know. That's what I was wondering. Do you think that he was possibly the dad? The part of me is like, man, I want to demand a DNA test. I know I can't do it, but like DNA test, what if he really is the dad? And that's why he took such a strong, whatever over them, like father figure over them. But I know they did leave him to them in the will, but like, why would he take him with him to? I don't know, guys. But do you notice the older one kind of looks like her dad, though? Go look at a picture of the oldest one, and she looks like her mom, too. But if you look at a picture of the dad, I feel like she does look like her dad, her biological dad, the picture at least. So what do you guys think? Okay, everybody that thinks he's guilty, thumbs up. Not guilty, thumbs down. I just got to see where we're at. So guilty, thumbs up. Not guilty, thumbs down. So mostly guilty. Okay. I don't know. I'm still up in the air. I keep going back and forth. I can't commit to one side or the other right now. Yeah, he's been out since 2011 because he got out and then he was on house arrest with the ankle bracelet for like almost 3 years. And then finally they said nobody's ever had an ankle bracelet on that long because they're taking forever to get situated if they're having a retrial or whatever. It took almost like 5 or 6 years for them to actually get to the point where they're about to have a retrial, but then they took the Alford plea. So they're like, you can't make somebody wear an ankle bracelet for that long. So after almost 3 years, they let him take it off while he was getting ready for the trial. So he was out on bond, basically getting ready for the trial. And then he took that plea. So they're not sure either, Libra. Yeah, I don't know. When I heard of the thing about when I was thought about how for him to be guilty of that first one, that means she would have been in like rigor mortis. She would have, I don't know, that part makes me think that he's not guilty for that one, which in turn makes me think that maybe he's not guilty for the second one. He just has really bad luck or something. I don't know. I wish that's why I want to look through autopsy. I wish I could see like pictures or somebody, some kind of witness to see when they took her out. Was she like all like twisted? Would she lay flat? Was she already getting stiff or whatever? I just feel like somebody would have said something when they described her, and that makes me think that she didn't die the night before, that she died sometime that morning. She was complaining of headaches, the one in Germany. She had a doctor's appointment like that next week, I guess. She was complaining of really bad headaches. They thought, so they were thinking maybe she had an aneurysm, maybe she had something going on. She was that's why she had the really bad headaches. So maybe that's what it was, an aneurysm, because she had really bad headaches and she got one and then fell down the stairs after she got one. And it was that morning, because if she died that night, I just feel like there's no way the nanny would have been like, she's still living. She would have obviously looked dead, I feel like. No, I'm talking about Elizabeth right now, the one from Germany. And when they described her as she was on the stairs and her legs were up. If you watch that, you'll hear them describe the first one. And she was like basically the stairs. She's laying on the stairs. The stairs are only so wide. She's laying with this wide and kind of diagonal. So her knees are up kind of like this. Her head's like bent up. So she would have been kind of like bent up. So they would have trouble kind of laying her flat. And I don't know. I should look at research at how hard it would be to give somebody to get like spinal fluid from somebody that's in rigor mortis or whatever. Like, would it be hard to get the needle through? Would they even make a remark about that, like in the autopsy? Let's see. Yeah, I know that was I know I read some of them. That's I know that's why you keep going back and forth. I don't know. Are you talking about Elizabeth? I'm talking about Elizabeth Lieber. Are you talking about Elizabeth? Remember, she had Dave like kind of lay like how she was laying, and it was like they weren't like flat out. I don't think it was like she was kind of like on the stairs this way. I'm talking about Elizabeth, not Kathleen. The one in Germany is what I'm talking about. The Asian guy, he was funny though. He kind of made me laugh. I don't know. You talking about the Asian, the one that the defense had? Yeah, but the thing is that's not. I don't know. I mean, how would he have known that she was going to then fall down the stairs? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what I think. It's just. Yeah, but she was. But do you remember when he laid where she was laying? The stairs were only this, this wide, so wide, and so she was. Gosh, I wish I could show you what I'm talking about. She actually had him laid. So yeah, they were linear, but her knees still had to be up to fit between the steps. You know what I'm saying? And her head was tucked down, and it was like, I don't know. I can't do it right now to show you what I'm trying to do, but I could picture it in my head because I just watched it. Yeah, I do it, Lucky, looking beyond. Well, the state was that Dwayne Deaver, but then the defenses, I don't know. But then when they brought in for the retrial hearing, to basically get the retrial based on Dwayne Deaver or whatever, they brought up Tom Bevel. I was like, oh my God, no. But their original one, I don't remember what his name is. The Asian guy. What's his? I don't know. I guess I could look it up. Let me see here. Let's see. Okay, where's he at? Yeah, their guy thought that. Oh, here he is. What's his name? That's weird. Wait, this is a weird website. What the heck? I'm trying to get his name and it's not Henry Lee. Well, it's saying he was the one that did John Benet Ramsey specialist. She was in color. I think this is him. It looks just like him. Here, I'll show you. It looks just like him. It's got to be him, guys. I didn't know he did that, though. Right? Doesn't that look like him? I think that's him. Let's see if it says anything about it's Henry Lee if this is the case. I want to see if it says anything about him doing Scott. Yeah, no, that's Scott Peterson. No. And it was there and head forensic scientist assisted in the case, which they obviously did. Oh, Scott Peterson was there to head the forensic scientist that assisted in the case of Scott Peterson too. Wow. OJ Simpson. Yes, this is him because they talked about the OJ. He was the guy for the OJ Simpson. So he did OJ Simpson too. Henry Lee. He did a lot of big trials. Wow. Huh. John Bonet, Scott Peterson, OJ Simpson. So it's Henry Lee. I mean, he's the one that kind of explained some of the blood spatter. He was saying that he thought some of that spatter that was, hold on a second. No, I didn't mean to do that. That was up on the wall, that it was actually her coughing is what he thought. He thinks. I don't know. Like, there was no internal bleeding of her lungs, but he thinks that it was like dripping down her face and then she was like coughing and it was making some of the splatter on the wall as she was coughing out. It was like dripping in her mouth and she would cough and it would, and that's what how he explained some of the splatter. I don't know. Of course, the state would disagree with that, but so what about the people, those of you that seen it, what about the escort that got on the stand? He made me laugh, actually. What'd you guys think of him? He was kind of funny. He made everybody laugh, so that was kind of at least a little bit of break for some laughing. I mean, even like both sides laughed, the defense, and even Henry Lee made everybody laugh. What did he say? Oh yeah, he made everybody laugh because he okay, I'm talking about two different people. I don't want to confuse you. Right now I'm going to talk about Henry Lee real quick. The guy we were just looking up, the forensic guy. They brought him up because they questioned him where they said, well, you signed Dwayne Deaver's book and you said, oh, he did great work. So, you think he did great work. So how could you say he's wrong? You think he does great work. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And with his little accent. So it's even funnier. He's like, oh, I gonna say you lousy work. You did lousy work on his book. Like, you're going to sign the book, you do lousy book. It was like his book. Like, I'm not going to say you do lousy work. He said, of course, it's a respect thing. You just say that, No, just the way he said it, it made everybody laugh. And then the escort was funny. I don't know. He said a few funny things. Like, what did he say? I don't know. You guys have to watch, but it was funny too. Yeah, what do you want me to say? You do lousy work? Or Libra, I should have you come up and discuss this so you know this case really good. Does anybody want to come up? I'm going to go over the autopsy, but if we could have a panel up, if anybody wants to come up, people that's seen it to maybe discuss it. Let's look at this autopsy while you guys let me know if anybody's interested. Let's look at Elizabeth's first. Hopefully I'll be able to zoom into this. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me share my screen. It's probably hard for you guys to read because I could read it, but wait, what does that mean? Isn't that supposed to be? I'm gonna have to look up some things just to make sure hold on 1 second. So this is the cat Elizabeth. She's the one that was in Germany. So let's go over hers real quick. See if there's anything that catches our. I just want to look up what the cachetic means. See, that's what I was saying. Shouldn't that be a TH? Because when you look up cachetic, it's not even. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a medical expert, but I've heard the other word. I just thought it was possibly a misspelling, but maybe it was cachetic, huh? Oh, I was thinking of cathartic. Okay. No, I guess it is cachetic. It means like a wasting away. Hold on, let me read the definition. Cachetic. It's wasting syndrome. Well, it could general physical wasting and malnutrition, usually associated with chronic disease, just the appearance. So she's probably really skinny, huh? Physical wasting with loss of weight and muscle mass due to disease, huh? Patients with advanced cancer, AIDS, severe heart failure, and some other chronic progressive diseases may appear cachetic. I'm probably saying that wrong. Sorry. So wonder she did look really skinny in the pictures. Maybe she just was extremely thin. I don't know. Let me see how you pronounce that. Let's see. Cachexia. No, because they put the wrong word in. Cachetic. Probably just cachetic then, right? Anyway, okay, let's read this. Oh, shoot. I just wanted to see how. Okay, cachetic white female appearing the stated age of 43. So it was slightly cachetic. So I wonder if she really was sick because they said that her friend said like she hated to go to the doctor. Hold on.
Cachetic.
Oh, I don't like. Okay, I guess I was saying it right. That she didn't want to go to the doctor, and when she was having a headache, she ended up making an appointment, but like she probably put it off for a while. So maybe something was wrong. Rigor mortis is moderate, but that's okay. When do they judge that? Like after they get her, right? Like is it when they first see her, or I have all these questions, like stuff like this. When do they judge that? Like after when they're actually doing the autopsy, then that's like days later, or do you guys know? Probably, right? I just want to know what she was like when they first saw her, you know? Okay. Skin is normal, head is symmetrical, shows multiple deep lacerations over the posterior and parietal areas. The hair is unusual distribution with dried clotted blood. The sclera and conjunctive are wait, where's the next? Are clear. Okay. The pupils are round and unequal. The left approximately 4 4 millimeter diameter. Is that what it says? Man, some of this is hard because the printing is like, I don't like it. You can't see what some of the letters are. The right, approximately 6 millimeters. No blood visible at the nose or ears. The teeth are in good repair. The tongue is in the midline and not enlarged. No palpable masses in the neck. The trachea is in the midline. The chest is symmetrical. Nipples and breasts are normal and to inspection and palpation. Okay, so everything is good there. Body cavities. Nothing there really. Cardiovascular. The heart is of the expected shape. The atria are normal in size and free of thrombi. The foramen over. Man. Wow, what does it say? Wall and okay. I'll just, yeah, everything's normal so far. I'll just see if there's anything like looks abnormal. The digestive system is unremarkable from esophagus to anus. A small amount of partially digested food is present in the stomach. Okay, so that could tell you something. A small amount of partially digested food. So was it in the morning right after breakfast? Or was it at night? They did just got done eating dinner, but then it would have been like, because Patty said he got home like about 30 to 40 minutes after. So they ate dinner, she said. And then Mike stayed to help clean up. Patty went home with the kids. Elizabeth's two kids, were there obviously. And then he ended up going home to get his car, then took her to drop off her car. She said 30 or 40 minutes. So by the time they cleaned up and took the car, that would have been probably like almost an hour after eating, right? How long does it take to digest food? Does anybody know? I'm like trying to analyze if it could have been Michael, like after he would have dropped her off, or was it in the morning after she had eaten breakfast or something? Let's see. Does anybody know how long it takes to digest? Let's see. Wow, 36 hours to move through the entire colon, but to move out of the stomach basically, because it was, wait, a small amount part is in the stomach. Okay, so that's what we need to see. To empty stomach. There we go. 2-hour rule is just the rule of thumb. The stomach will probably not be completely empty. The specific definition of an empty stomach varies from drug to drug. So a stomach that functions properly will empty in 4 to 6 hours. Food generally takes 5 hours to move through the small intestines. No, so it still could have been from a dinner. Definitely. She would have still been only partially digested after an hour, right? Is what I'm taking. It takes longer than that. So I don't know. Yeah, it could have been that night. But maybe not. It could have been in the morning too, right? Yeah, the rate of metabolism. All right. Let's see. Kidneys. Trying to see if it looks like the bladder is empty or not, but it doesn't say right now, right yet. Everything's normal. I'm just gonna read if there's like something abnormal or something interesting. Huh. There's the head. No fractures found. Down to level. The cerebral hemispheres are symmetrical. Okay. Unremarkable. Well, sections from the area of the hemorrhage at the cerebellar microscopic description. Okay, brainstem conjunction show hemorrhage and tissue destruction. There is early consolidation of the hemorrhage, but no clot formation is seen. See, I mean, doesn't that mean that was a hemorrhage then? Because how could you have a hemorrhage from, if it was blunt force trauma, that means if it would have done damage to the brain, right? Like it would have probably either fractured the skull or made your brain swell or something. It wouldn't just be like a hemorrhage. I mean, to me, I feel like this, it's got to just be a hemorrhage, right? Any medical experts here? Oh, increased chronic inflammation in portal area. Okay. Oh, that's sections of liver. Never mind. But the first part I was doing the sections of the hemorrhage. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see the next page. Now, here's the lacerations. Now you see they're not as big as Kathleen's, but she does have a few. But I mean, those would go along with her falling down the stairs, right? Hitting things on her way down. As she did have a aneurysm or stroke or whatever, a hemorrhage, and it made her fall down the stairs. I mean, I could see it'd be hard to reenact it completely because your body, I mean, just know exactly how it fell to create that. It could have hit anything as you're falling, your body just moving every which way. I mean, I think it's definitely a doable thing. The only thing that's weird is that 2 people in his life that happened, that you fall down the stairs. It is a weird coincidence. Oh, that's why it's harder to believe because there's 2 people. But it just doesn't make sense because if his point was to kill her, for instance, you're telling me he's just going to hit her so lightly on the head, like to just create these little lacerations. How is he so sure that she died then? If he's back home within 30 or 40 minutes, it tells me that if he did do it, he didn't stay to see if she died because it had to be a slow death. Like Kathleen's took 2 hours to bleed out. Hers aren't even as deep. And I know her cause of death originally was the hemorrhage, but I mean, did he stay until she took her last breath if he killed her? I don't think it was possible if he was home he took her to drop off her car. Maybe they never know. They would know if he made it to take her car. So I'm sure he did do that. How would he have been home in 30 to 40 minutes and known for sure that she died? You're telling me if he did it, he would want to make sure she's dead because she could say, she could tell people what happened. If she's not dead, she could, he'd be in trouble, so it just, I don't know. I guess it's possible that the first one was an accident and the second one wasn't. I mean, I guess it could be possible too, just because he might not have done the first one doesn't mean he didn't do the second. But what if this was an accident and he saw how, wow, look, They just write it off as an accident. She fell down the stairs, and that gave him an idea of how, like, no questions were asked. Oh, it was an accident. And that kind of gave him an idea of how to ultimately kill Kathleen when he ended up killing her, where that's what gave him kind of that idea. That could be a possibility, maybe. And then he actually didn't do the first one. I don't know. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Type of stroke. Okay. That's why he kept saying stroke. So a brain hemorrhage is a type of stroke. It's caused by an artery in the brain bursting and causing localized bleeding in the surrounding tissues. This bleeding kills brain cells. Thanks, Libra. Hemorrhage literally means blood bursting forth. Brain hemorrhages are also called cerebral hemorrhages, and that's what they listed as her cause of death. So, and it causes swelling, which you saw a little this. Well, no, the swelling that was for the liver. It said, never mind. So, yeah. Let me see. What causes bleeding in the brain? Oh, well. So, what causes the brain hemorrhages? Head trauma. Injury is the most common cause of bleeding in the brain for those younger than age 50. Aneurysm. So we have a question though. When they say head trauma for a cause of the bleeding in the brain, do they mean like in the moment, like for her as an example, that her cerebral hemorrhage could be from that fall and then she dies? Or do they mean like that's like a long-term thing, like you have an injury and then the head trauma causes? No, never mind. Yeah, it probably could happen that way. So it's possible that the cerebral hemorrhage could be from a head trauma then. So it could be maybe from her falling. So how do you know what causes what? Am I looking at this right? It could have been. So her possibly, whether hitting her head on something as she fell, could have caused the cerebral hemorrhage, right? Am I reading that right, guys? Do you think? So, or the cerebral hemorrhage could have caused her to fall. Could it have been any way, both ways? I don't know, Sister 325. That's why I was hoping that we got some answers in this autopsy, but it doesn't look like we are, but we're not done with it yet. Let's see. No. I don't know. Is that all? It doesn't look like enough. Let's see. Yeah, that's the question of the day. Could the trauma, can they tell if it's the trauma that caused the hemorrhage, or can they actually tell from the test that it is an aneurysm, or a brain hemorrhage or whatever? If it's, I'm saying that backwards. Can they tell if it was an aneurysm or a head trauma or liver disease? See, I wonder. Oh, hold on. Let me see. So it's caused by an artery in the brain bursting and causing localized bleeding. Okay, so it could be from trauma that could cause the artery bursting in the brain, or it could be from like an aneurysm, or there's liver disease. And the reason I went back to liver disease is because remember it said that she had some swelling. Was that in the liver? Liver showed increased chronic inflammation in portal area. I wonder if she had some issue with her liver, and maybe that's why she started getting headaches, because she had a little bit of bleeding in her head, and then it actually burst or something. Because I don't know look at this. I mean, obviously there's some issue with her liver because there was some inflammation, right? It says there's a focal extension across the limiting plate, but no hepatocellular necrosis is seen. The hepatocytes are uniform except in the areas of inflammation where they show reactive changes. So to me, it sounds like there's something maybe going on with her liver. Like if she was alive, they probably would run some tests on her liver. I'm guessing that there might be an issue. And one of the causes of brain hemorrhage is liver disease. So I wonder, I don't know, guys. What do you think? We got any doctors in the house? Am I reading that right? That maybe she has some liver issue, maybe liver disease or something. I mean, there's some kind of something that's causing this inflammation, right? What? So Karen, you're saying, say that again. So if it would be yellow, if it was, I don't know. I guess I could look up some stuff. And then when this is the thing. They say they put the cause of death. The first guy said the cerebral hemorrhage, but was that what caused her death, or was the cerebral hemorrhage the one that what made her dizzy and fell, and then the bleeding that caused her death, or was she already dead? Can they tell? Was she already dead when the brain hemorrhage that killed her, and then she fell afterwards? Do you see what I'm saying? So was it the true cause of death, that as soon as that vein bursted, she died right away, and then her body just fell? Do you guys see? Or because I think didn't they say cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage? So if that's true, but then it could be caused by trauma, though. We forgot. So it could be the opposite kind of, whether she fell and hit her head, trauma, and they called it cerebral hemorrhage, or she got hit, Michael hit her. Gosh, there's so many possibilities here. I don't know, because it could be the symptom or the cause. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what came first, because of the whole issue that it could be because of a trauma. I don't know, guys. And that's why the state got away with saying homicidal incident, basically, because they could say the cerebral hemorrhage was from a head trauma. Yeah. Well, I spy. The thing is the lacerations, couldn't they be from the stairs, hitting their head on the stairs, just like possibly Kathleen's were? Because the stairs, if you hit them on the corner as you're falling, it could possibly create that. And they were saying the defense, I don't know if it was Henry Lee saying that, but he said a couple of them, some of them were lacerations, and some of them were like, what did he call those? Bursts, or I forget how he worded those, but where, like, let's say her head hit something and it like pushed it open. You know what I'm saying? Like the pressure made it come open. I forget what they call that. Gosh, I didn't take a note on those first couple episodes when he was talking about that. I don't remember how he described that. But yeah, I don't know. It depends if you the state was saying, no, there's no possible way the stairs could have caused those lacerations. I think it could have possibly, but just the way you land on them. And then I wish I could find that. Hold on, let me see if I could. No, I better not take a chance at playing that reenactment that was on that documentary, because the way these documentaries do copyright, even if you just play like 10 seconds and talk about it. I don't want to take a chance, but let me see if I can find a picture of what I'm talking about. Oh, I have this all zoomed out. All right, hold on one second. I'm trying to find the stair. Come on, I need to know. Oh, yeah, wait, maybe. Well, this is the best I could find right now. But if you watch the documentary, they do like a reenactment. But like, see how this turns right here? See this? So they kind of did it where she came up and then kind of fell backward like this and hit her head right here on this, the corner of this, which would give her the up and down laceration. And then she gets up and then kind of goes and then falls back right here and hits her head either right here on one of these stairs and gets up again and maybe hits her head again. She's slipping on her blood and kind of all out of it, you know, and she definitely got up after she's bleeding because of the blood on her feet. So yeah. So what if she ran in here because that owl had her all, she just runs in, just trips, falls back, then trips again on slips. I don't know. I mean, I could see it is possible, I think. Just weird way she just kept hitting the stairs. I think it could have, the corners of them right here could have caused lacerations, and like they like pull open. They were on the back of her head. Everything was like on the back side from like here back, and then she had a couple smaller ones like on the front of her face. So that's why I was thinking maybe when she first came in, she kind of fell front ways on her. Like she runs in, if it was the owl, and kind of falls front, like she trips and falls like that. And hits a little bit of her face somewhere maybe, and then she gets up, falls back. She could even hit something on like down there on this. Was there any blood on this? The railing? I don't know, guys. I'm torn. Like I just keep going back where I'm like, oh yeah, he is innocent. Yeah, he is guilty. I don't know. I haven't stayed on one side longer than the other. It's just back and forth. Talons, yeah, the talon marks. Let me try to find a better picture of. If you watch the documentary, you'll be able to see they actually, if when they're showing it in court in the trial, you could see the picture like of her head, of her actual head. And I tried to find it and I couldn't find it without, I don't want to have to play the documentary just because just with the copyright stuff, they just aren't, I don't want to take a chance, but let me see if I could find it. I mean, there's those diagrams, but you could, they actually have the real picture too. We'll look at Kathleen's autopsy too. Hers is a little bit longer than Elizabeth's. All right, let's see here. No. Oh, yeah. Oh, here's a cool website. This is a good one. Look, here, let me share this. This is imgur.com. Let's share this. Okay. All right, so let's see here. On December 9th, 2001, Kathleen, a 48-year-old businesswoman, engineer. Oh, yeah, she was an engineer. So she made a lot more money. They said like he only made like 10% of what she made. She made, yeah, but she was worried. I think I already told you. She was worried about losing her job because that Nortel was laying off people. So she just has a heck of a resume. She did really good. Anyway, sorry. I wish I could find that one article that I had that really was really good, and I thought I saved it, but hold on, let me see. I'm going to go back to that one, but I just want to see something. It was a really good one that I wanted to read to you guys. Well, let me just finish what I was. I'm all nice, guys. Okay, let's one thing at a time. Let me just go with what I was doing, and I'll find it later. I took notes on. That's what when I was taking notes, talking about like how he's running for mayor and he worked at the Herald Sun. That was, I think that was the article, or was that the documentary I was watching? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it was 2003. He was convicted. Okay. And that's, oh, okay. But this is another thing I forgot to point out. When he first called, he said she's still breathing. Well, you heard she's still breathing, which a lot of people that are going through this and analyzing his 911 call are saying the fact that he's saying still is basically almost showing that he didn't want that to be the result. Like he didn't, like, oh, she's still breathing. It should just be like she's breathing, not still breathing. Like it's almost like he's upset. She's still breathing. She's not supposed to be still breathing, but she's still breathing. So he says that in the first call, but then like 10, 15 minutes later when they call back, he says she's not breathing. So they think he said that because he tried to set up like to show that the time of death was way later than it probably was, because they're saying, oh, she probably died hours ago. So he made it seem like she was still breathing at that time and that she just died in those like 10 minutes. But I think it's a possibility because they said she was probably alive for 2 hours bleeding before she died, because they tested like her red blood cells or something. They could tell that she, from the time she started bleeding until the time she died, it could have been like 2 hours. So maybe she was still breathing when he first came in and then she died. I don't know. It's possible, but it's just weird how he said still. It's like, what do you mean still? Like it should be she's still or she's breathing. But I could see how you would say still though. Just I don't know. I could see how somebody would say it. What would you guys say? I guess nobody would know unless if you're in that moment of how you would say it. Anyway, let's see here. So this is their house. See if it says what movie. It was like it was used in a movie or something, this house. Anyway, the couple was sitting beside a pool late that evening drinking wine. Michael reported that Kathleen decided to go to bed and headed inside. After an unknown amount of time, Michael went inside and found his wife bleeding on the floor at the foot of the stairs. She was, according to Michael, still breathing at 2:40 a.m. Peterson called an emergency line to report that he had just found Kathleen unconscious and suspected she had fallen down 15 to 20 stairs. I don't know, stairs. Oh, yeah, 15, 20, I don't know, stairs. He maintained that she must have fallen down the stairs after consuming alcohol and Valium. Problem with this account were almost immediately apparent. I need to know, these are the shoes that they brought out in court. How did they have blood splatter on them then? That's just weird. And then why did he not have them on though? There's no way you're going to take off your shoes while there's blood. I mean, if they were off already, that's one thing, but you're saying you had them on, you go, and then you take them off. Well, the fact that they had this, I don't know. I'm going to have to look at them again, guys. We'll have to see in a minute. Because even if they were just laying there the whole time and he wasn't wearing them, why would they get blood splatter? Yeah, I guess if she was coughing here or something. Yeah, I guess. So paramedics arrived 10 minutes after the call was placed. They found her deceased and stated that there was a large amount of blood and much of it had already dried. Much of evidence used by the prosecution is visible in this photograph. Wait, much of the blood up here. Wait, where? Much of the evidence used by the prosecution is visible in this photograph? What? Let's see. Huh, wow. Much of the blood appears as smears instead of droplets, which would imply it was wiped. Bloody paper towels are evident. It was believed that someone had attempted to wipe away some of the blood. You can also observe in this photo that the victim has blood on the soles of her feet, which you can see, which would seem to be impossible if she fell down the stairs head first. Well, who said she had to be head first? And obviously, she probably got back up. And I mean, I don't know. Toxicology results showed that his wife's blood alcohol content was 0.07%, which would be under the legal limit to drive. Oh, I thought it was 0.7. Oh, wow, 0.07. Oh, yeah, 0.7. Never mind, that would be, you'd be dead. But 0.07. So what's the legal limit? 0.1 something, right? So let's say she probably had maybe one glass of wine, right? And the Valium mixed. I mean, that could have made her feeling kind of loopy, you know, depending on how often she took Valium. If she didn't take it often, definitely could have made her loopy. But if she had a tolerance and she took it often, then maybe not. Anyway, the autopsy report concluded that the 48-year-old victim sustained a matrix of severe injuries. So look, you could see some of the but do you see how it does possibly look like talons of a owl right there, and then you can't, this one's kind of blurry, but and then the things on her arm, remember I showed you like the pokes, it would be like, what, I mean, what would he have been using to have poke, what do they call those? Because Boswell had them. What was her first name? Oh my God, it's been so long. The little girl, Elizabeth, or I know Megan was the mom. I think it was Elizabeth. I don't know, but she had those. I found them in some of those pictures. She had like those kind of marks on her, and so Kathleen had them on her arm. Remember, which would go with the owl theory. Like the talons would leave those kind of marks. You would think, because if not, what the heck was Michael using that would cause these pokes and it's just weird. Evelyn, thanks, Libra. You're on it, Evelyn. What did I say? Oh, I'm horrible. And it's been a while though since I've talked about that case. But yeah, that's horrible. I remember the freaking mom's name and not the girl. That makes me mad. It should be the other way around. Okay, so oh, this is another weird thing, though, including a fracture of the thyroid neck cartilage. And I wanted to bring this up. I can't believe I forgot. I didn't even realize that injury was there because they didn't talk about it in the documentary until the very end. It was brought up when they were trying to get the retrial and they were trying to dismiss it. And the prosecutor was going over the injuries. And he said it. And I was like, what? Wait. Strangulation. He brought up she was strangled. I'm like, that was not even talked about at all through this whole series. What the heck is going on? They left it out. But yeah, I guess she had a fracture of the neck cartilage, the thyroid neck cartilage, which that's when I went back to thinking he was guilty. So after, man, when I found that out too, and then I don't know. I keep going back and forth, but yeah. So then I was picturing him him coming in. She sees he comes in, and then she's in his office, sees the emails, starts yelling at him. They're at the top of the stairs, and then he strangles or goes like this, and that's not what kills her. Obviously, it wasn't the strangulation, but she had a mark that would go with people that are strangled, and or a fracture, I mean. And then he pushes her down the stairs and then goes down and probably hits her. I think if he did do it, he just grabs her head and uses her head to hit up against the stairs. So I think it is the stairs that made those lacerations. I really do, whether she fell or he did it. because, I mean, if not, they would, I mean, where is the weapon? I don't know. There's just no weapon. What would he have used? And then the fact that the range of motion, he wouldn't have been able to use anything unless it would have had the cast off up higher on the ceiling. And there's no way he just went like this with something. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. He didn't have room to do it like that. I wish I could explain what I'm talking about, the range of motion, but I know people that watched it probably understand. Like, because it was only this, so wide. So if he had like a weapon and he was hitting her, he could only go back so far because there's only so much room. Normally you would think, he'd go like this, but because there was no cast off up there, they determined he couldn't have done that. So he had to, like, even the prosecution was saying like he was like going like this. Like, it wouldn't have been enough range, enough room to get like a really good, I mean, it would just been weird to think that he would have tried to kill somebody like that. It just doesn't make sense. So I think if it's him, like I said, I know I keep repeating myself, but I think he just took her head and hit it up against the stairs. If it was him indeed. So I don't know. The fracture definitely, I mean, it could be from falling down the stairs too. I mean, you could, but I don't know. I could also, been top of the stairs. He's like this and just kind of pushes her, and who knows? And she falls and then she gets up because she's not dead. And then that's when he keeps bashing her against this. But then he had to have changed his shirt because he had no blood spatter on his shirt. So if he did it, then he had to have changed it, I feel like. Right? Or maybe not. If he did it that way, maybe he wouldn't have had any on his shirt. Maybe it would have just been on his shorts if he didn't actually use a weapon like they said. Anyway, there we go. Okay, so it says the autopsy report concluded that the 48-year-old victim sustained a matrix of severe injuries, including a fracture of the thyroid neck cartilage and 7 lacerations to the top and back of her head, consistent with blows from a blunt object, and had died from blood loss 90 minutes to 2 hours after sustaining the injuries. The medical examiner concluded that Kathleen had died from lacerations of the scalp caused by homicidal assault. That's what it was, homicidal assault. According to this medical examiner, the total of 7 lacerations to the top and back of her head were the result of repeated blows with a light yet rigid weapon, a blowpoke, which was a gift by Kathleen's sister but wasn't recovered at the crime scene. But we know it was, so that's not true. It couldn't have been that. Freaking Tex already took a picture of it when they got there, and they just forgot to either pass it along or the freaking prosecution knew and they just kept it a secret so they could go with their narrative. I think the Tex just didn't pass it along because, like I said earlier, there's no way that the state would have taken a chance on that and based their whole theory on this blowpoke, knowing that it was sitting in the garage and that there was a good chance they could have found it, and basing their whole thing on that. So I don't think they were aware of it, to be honest. I think that those crime scene techs and whoever was there just didn't pass it along. They didn't see the picture. They weren't aware of it. Because if they were, that would just be stupid on their part. Because look what happened. They wouldn't have wanted to take a chance on that, So it says the defense disputed this theory, claiming that Kathleen's skull had not been fractured by the blows, nor was her brain damaged, which was consistent with injuries sustained in a beating death, according to their analysis. Late in the trial, the defense team produced the missing blowpoke that they said had been overlooked in the garage by police investigators. Forensic tests revealed that it had been untouched and unmoved for too long to have been used in the murder. A jury contacted after the trial noted that the jury dismissed the idea of the blowpoke as the murder weapon. So remember, they had found it, so the jury knew they had found it and still convicted them, The pattern of blood splatter was a major source of debate during the trial. The defense and prosecution provided contradicting forensic analysis from different sources that argued on the subject of angle of the stairs, location of the lacerations on Kathleen's skull and bloodstains. The blood pattern analysis seems consistent with the victim's blood moving up the stairway from a blow to her head while standing below, rather than moving downward with the victim as she fell. A blow to her head. The defense maintained that the stairs were narrow and poorly lit, so an accident would have been believable. The prosecution maintained that the victim had lived in the house for over a decade, using these stairs to get to her bedroom, and had never fallen. She was known to be a very strong and active woman. Those who knew her said they could never picture her being either clumsy or drunken. There was also the issue of the bruises found on Kathleen. She had bruises on her arms that were consistent with defensive wounds. While the defense insisted that these were caused by the fall down the stairs, her legs and knees had no marks. That's interesting. I forgot about that too. So if she would have fell, you think she would have had marks on her legs and knees too if she fell down the stairs. And she only had them, on her upper half. So let's see. Chairlift, step, arm rail. The staircase included a 90-degree turn, a banister, and an old chairlift from previous owners. The defense argued that all these contributed to the falling hazard and the unusually dangerous staircase. It says a fall down the stairs typically creates random injuries all over the body. Kathleen had 7 massive blows to the head. It is hard to imagine how a fall could fracture the cartilage in the throat without a neck fracture being involved. Yeah, that's true. Huh. Huh. I'll have to look more into that, because that's making me think he did do it. So it's just the fracture, the cartilage in the throat without a neck fracture. How would that even be possible? I mean, without it being something like him. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know, guys. That doesn't look good. But why wasn't that? Well, I guess they probably did bring it up in the trial, but they didn't conclude it in the documentary. Any details about that neck issue, the neck fracture? I shouldn't say issue, neck fracture. So I wonder if they did make a big deal about it in the trial or not. Because the only parts I saw of the trial is what they showed in the documentary, and that was not even mentioned. At least what they showed in the first trial, they never showed the part where they even mentioned the neck fracture. You never heard the defense talking behind the scenes when they were getting ready for it. They never brought the whole neck fracture up. So I wonder if the prosecution even made it a big deal, which you would think they would if that's true. So kitchen and dining room. Wow. The spray of blood on the bottom stair seemed impossible with the position of the body and the injuries. Yeah, because it was like a spray. The prosecution cited this as evidence of a blunt force trauma and the body having been moved. The defense argued that the pattern could have been caused by a spray of blood from the victim coughing when the blood covered her mouth. But is this the very bottom stair or the one that's... The autopsy revealed only microscopic amounts of blood in the victim's lungs, which is inconsistent with the aspiration that would occur in the scenario. Yeah, but Henry even Lee said it wasn't from internal bleeding. It was the blood maybe dripping down into her mouth and then her coughing. That's how he described it. So Um, says so. Here's his shorts he was wearing. And it says the investigative team found blood in places that would seem impossible based on Michael's accounts of the events. His shorts were entered into evidence as showing drops of blood consistent with a spray, such as you would expect when striking a blow. When striking a blow, yeah. Blood was also found on the inside of the front door, and a drop of blood was found on the porch. So that's what I was talking about, the front, where if she went out to put the decoration out. This is what gets me too. His shoe print on the back of her leg, like we were talking about. And I'm pretty sure this is where the ankle elastic, I'm sure. So this is the bottom of her leg on the back. That's just crazy. Because how else? I mean, try to picture that. If that had to happen after she was bleeding, because it's blood. So if it wasn't him holding her down with his foot as he's beating her or doing whatever, or just holding her down so she can't get up or whatever, like, how can you picture any way that would happen after she had fell and after he found her and she was bleeding, where he's trying to help her? I can't. I don't know. I just can't, because it's the back of her leg. How does the bottom of his foot get on the back of her leg? If he, if he just finds her, if he's trying to help, it seems almost impossible, but very possible if he's killing her and holding her down with his foot. I don't know, guys. What if she was attacked outside in her efforts to escape? She tried to get up the stairs while she bled out. He cleaned up. Yeah. Oh, you're saying if he did it? Well, see, if the blood outside, I mean, that could be explained too if he did it, because maybe he just walked out. Maybe if he did use a weapon, if he did indeed use a weapon, maybe he brought that out. Maybe he walked out for a minute to just, I don't know, just out of like, if he did do it, I'm saying, and he's the one that brought the blood outside, like maybe the weapon he had in his hand dripped down or off of him, if he was involved. But I'm saying if he wasn't involved, it could be explained. The owl theory could be explained. Or I guess if he was involved, like you said, maybe he attacked her out there. But I would guess no. I would guess he attacked her inside. I don't think he'd want a chance to do it outside, unless if it was like an intruder. But if it was him, why not just wait till she goes inside? I don't know if I would think he would do it outside. Unless if he attacked her and she tried to get out and then he brought her back in. She tried to escape because obviously she put up a fight. I feel like she got up a couple times, I think. So if she did do it, maybe she did try to go outside and get away from him. I don't know. Yeah, thanks, She Builder. Yeah. I don't know. I can't get over this footprint and now the whole neck thing. Now I'm thinking maybe he did. It sucks though, because it's like you watch this series and you start to really like him, in a weird way. He's kind of a strange guy, but I started to kind of like him in a weird way. It's almost like you like the whole family dynamic, like the family's really close and you just are kind of rooting for him. Like I said, when they said guilty, I was like, my heart was pounding, like, oh my God. And I already knew, but I was like so nervous, like, no. And then when they said guilty, I'm like, no. But I don't know, guys. We need to look into that next thing and see what's the chances of, like, how do you fracture your thyroid cartilage without fracturing your neck, basically? How do you do that without affecting your neck? Is there any way to do it? We'll have to look that up, but let's finish this here. Let's see. Kathleen Peterson would have to have been lying face down to create a shoe imprint, presumably matching the defendant's shoe on the back of her sweatpants. Wait, presumably they don't know for sure if it matches the shoe. Does it or doesn't it? Does that mean that I want to know for sure? Presumably matching the, I mean, why did they add that word presumably? I mean, doesn't that sound that seems like maybe I'm thinking of that wrong, how they're using it. The fact that they didn't you take her shirt for DNA testing, they skipped that step. It was supposed to go to DNA testing before it went to Dwayne Diva for his experiments. And the fact they skipped that part, I mean, did they not? What if it was an intruder and it was actually the intruder's shoe print? You know? Yeah, presumable. I'm thinking it right. I mean, that the definition presumable, capable of being presumed, acceptable as an assumption. I mean, I liked more than, I wanted you to say it does match it. You can match it. Why wouldn't they have made sure that matched? That would have been a very good argument in the trial. You know what? That makes me think it didn't match because, well, I don't know. We didn't get to watch the whole trial on that documentary, but so maybe they skipped it. But let's say that what we saw in the trial was the only time they brought up that shoe print. They just went over it so quick. They didn't make a big deal about it. So that makes me think that, oh, I already looked it up, Chrissy. Yeah, I was already looking it up. We think alike. I was looking up presumably. I just saw you just sent me the definition. We're thinking alike, yeah. And it was exactly what I thought it meant. But so what am I saying? Oh, so it's like kind of just like hashed over it real quick. And whether maybe they did go into it more and they just didn't show that part in the trial, but let's say they didn't, they just what we saw them talking about the shoe print, then that would make you believe that maybe they knew it didn't match, so they didn't make a big deal about it, because if they did, then the defense would be able to test it and say, hey, that doesn't match. So maybe they did just kind of hash over it and they didn't really point it out because maybe it didn't match his shoe. I don't know. Look up, I mean, presumably that doesn't mean that they're basically making an assumption that it would match the shoe. Why the heck wouldn't you just test it? But like I said, I don't know. We didn't get to watch the whole trial, so. But don't you think, seriously though, think about that. This is you're like, that's a good piece of evidence in a trial. I was going to say pretend you're like an attorney or whatever, but just pretend that, yeah, even if I'm not an attorney, but I would know that that would be like a really good piece of evidence if you could match that to Michael's shoe. Like that would be something you would definitely want to use. Like that would be huge. If you were a jury member and you saw that footprint matched Michael's shoe, that shoe print matched Michael's shoe. They tested it. It was a match. But maybe they're using that word because you can't always, I don't know, maybe it can't be for sure because there's other people that have that shoe. I don't know. I'm looking way too into this. I don't know. I guess we have to, maybe we can match it up ourselves. We have the picture. Let's try to figure it out. Because that's big, I think. Oh, anyway. Wow. I'm just rambling on. Let's see. So this is Elizabeth Ratliff. Wait. Wow, that must have been when she was a lot younger. She looks like her daughter there. Elizabeth Ratliff, pictured above, was a close friend of Michael Peterson and his first wife when she died mysteriously. Michael had taken in her two daughters, though never officially adopted them. After the death of Kathleen, Elizabeth's death began to raise suspicions. In 1985, Elizabeth was living in Germany with Michael and his first wife, Patricia. She was found dead at the foot of her staircase with injuries to the head and surrounded by a pool of blood. Michael was the last person to see her alive. Her death had been investigated by both the German police and U.S. military police. Her death at the time was labeled an accident. When the trial for Kathleen's death began, A re-examination of Elizabeth's death was authorized. Elizabeth's body was exhumed from its Texas resting place and re-evaluated. After the second autopsy was performed, her death was officially changed from accident to homicide. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. The parallels between the two supposed accidents were difficult to ignore. Oh, this is the Peterson's layout here. First floor. So, workout room. What's a nice big house, huh? Library, office, porch. So, wait, where's the pool? Well, why didn't they don't even show like the important part? Like, when do you think that they would show like the pool and how it like where he would have? I don't know. Am I missing that? No, he went from the kitchen. I don't know. All right. As the trial continued, mounting evidence was presented against Michael. The defense maintained that they were a very happy couple, which was corroborated. You know what? I don't even need these earphones on if I'm not playing anything. By many of the Petersons' friends, family, and neighbors. They argued that Michael would have no incentive to kill his wife. The prosecution said otherwise. Otherwise. It was found that the couple was experiencing heavy debt. In addition to the $143,000 in credit card debt, the couple were struggling with Michael. Oh, that's right. That's another thing that they were talking about. That they were struggling with Michael's son from a previous marriage, were desperately in need of financial assistance. Michael's sons, so they were kind of having financial problems. It's not in the it's not in the series, but I read it afterwards. I was reading some information about everything, and I read that the sons were had some financial issues, and actually Michael asked Patty, their mother, his first wife, to take out like a loan, some kind of a loan to help with the sons. So they weren't sure did he ask Kathleen maybe to help, and she said no. But anyway, they were in desperate need of financial assistance. Michael had earned no income for an extended time since the release of his last book, and the company that Kathleen was employed by was struggling with massive layoffs. Oh, why did they say, what do you mean, what the heck, 1.4? Everywhere else it says 1.8 million. So I don't know. This is the first time I saw 1.4. But anyway, Kathleen had a life insurance policy that would pay out 1.4 million in the event of an accident. This was cited as possible motive. The investigation also found evidence that Michael was having homosexual affairs. The evidence presented included emails, phone records, and testimony from one of the men he had paid. Another proposed motive was that Kathleen had discovered these infidelities. Those who defend Michael's innocence have many theories on what really happened that night, but nothing is as interesting as the owl theory. Yep. In late 2009, a new theory of Kathleen Peterson's death was raised, that she had been attacked by an owl outside, falling after rushing inside, and been knocked unconscious after hitting her head on the first tread of the stairs. The owl theory was raised by Durham attorney T. Lawrence Pollard, a neighbor of the Petersons, who was not involved in the case, but had been following the public details. He approached the police suggesting an owl might have been responsible after reading the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation evidence list and finding a feather listed. Peterson's attorneys had determined that the SBI crime lab report listed a microscopic owl feather in a wooden sliver from a tree limb entangled in a clump of hair that had been pulled out by the roots found clutched in Kathleen's left hand. Oh, so the owl was in her hand. I thought in her head. Okay. So a part of tree limb, clump of hair. I mean, see, when I read that, it's like, that has to be the owl. I mean, that's just too. Ooh, re-examination of the hair in September 2008 had found 2 more microscopic owl feathers. Although Pollard did not speak of the theory to anyone else, the Durham Herald Sun newspaper published an article ridiculing him and discrediting his theory. Other media picked it up, propagating the Herald Sun story, which was later criticized as inaccurate. Advocates of this theory assert that other evidence supports it, namely that the scalp wounds were trilobed and paired, consistent with marks left by talons. The feathers are similar to those on owl feet. Cedar needles were found on her hands and body, indicating she had fallen over outside shortly before entering the house. It's weird. That Kathleen's blood had splattered up the staircase rather than down. That Kathleen's footprints in her own blood indicated that she was already bleeding before she reached the foot of the stairs. And that 2 drops of Kathleen's blood were found outside the house on the front walkway, along with a finger smear on the front door, consistent with her pushing the door shut. Yeah. Oh my God. I don't know, guys. But how the neck cartilage fracture or the thyroid cartilage fracture? And then the footprint on the back. I don't know. See, I just keep going back and forth. What are you guys thinking? Isn't this owl theory very believable from the evidence? Okay, so advocates also note that owl attacks on people are common in the area, with one victim stating that the impact was similar to being hit in the head with a baseball bat. Oh, wow. According to Pollard, had a jury been presented with this evidence, it would have materially affected their deliberation and therefore would have materially affected their ultimate verdict. Prosecutors have ridiculed the claim, and Dr. Deborah Radish, who conducted Peterson's autopsy, says it is unlikely that an owl or any other bird could have made wounds as deep as those on Katherine's scalp. Dr. Radish's opinion, however, was challenged by other experts in 3 separate affidavits filed in 2010. Dr. Alan Van Norman wrote, "The multiple wounds suggest to me that an owl and Miss Peterson somehow became entangled. Perhaps the owl got tangled in her hair, or perhaps she grabbed the owl's foot." Which makes sense. If somebody hits your head, you grab and... Dr. Patrick T. Reddick, a professor of veterinarian medicine at the University of Minnesota, wrote, "In my professional opinion, the hypothesized attack to the face and back of the head resulted in the various punctures and lacerations visibly in the autopsy photographs is entirely within the behavioral repertoire of large owls." Kate P. Davis, executive director of Raptors of the Rockies, a Western Montana education and wildlife rehabilitation project, wrote, "The lacerations on Mrs. Peterson's scalp look very much like those made by a raptor's talons, especially if she had forcibly torn the bird from the back of her head. That would explain the feathers found in her hand and the many hairs pulled out by the root ball, broken or cut. The size and configuration of the lacerations could certainly indicate the feet of a barred owl." Davis further noted that owls can kill species much larger than themselves, and that it is not uncommon for them to attack people. Despite interest in this theory among some outside advocates, no motion for a new trial was filed at this point, 2009. The 2010 decision to retry Michael Peterson is due to a charge of mishandling evidence, the investigative team missing the supposed murder weapon in the garage, the dismissal of a key witness on a forensic team due to flawed investigation charges and claims of blood. So, he's out. He did get out. So I guess, when I was talking to my mom about it, she said, well, look at it this way. If he did do it, he spent, 8 years. He did some time. And if he didn't do it, at least he's out now. So he did get punished if he did do it. And I know it should be longer, but he did spend at least 8 years. And then all the, stress of possibly, going through one trial and then taking 5 years to prepare for a retrial, thinking he's going to go through another trial because it took 5 years to get to another one. So, he was punished, you know, as far as, I know some people would say it's not enough if he did do it, but what if he didn't, you know? All right, where do we stand now, guys? Do you guys still, I'm gonna just talk with chat for a little bit here. Do you guys think the Al theory is possible? Scott Peterson. Oh no, we're talking about Michael Peterson, but yeah. Oh, were you guys talking about Scott Peterson? Thanks, Mesra. No, there was no internal bleeding. There was no internal bleeding. The Henry Lee said the reason he said it could be coughing is he said that it could be from cough because she was bleeding from her head, that it dripped down into her face. So it kind of dripped in her mouth, it dripped over her nose, it dripped down. So when she coughed, it made the splatter because it dripped down, not from internally. No, he even admitted it wasn't internal. External blood dripping into her mouth and then her coughing it out, and even be like kind of over it, and then when she coughs it could have caused the splatter. That's what he was talking about. There was no internal. You're right. Yeah, so they said it could have been downfilled. Well, I thought it was in her head, but the fact that it was in her hand, that even makes it less likely. If it really is from her pillow, the fact that she had him in her hand, yeah, that could have been on her head, and if she obviously grabbed her hair, either way she did, because she had her own strands of her hair in her hands. But the fact that she had those microscopic owl feathers that could match owl feathers in her hands, I mean, that seems almost less likely. If there was a few on her head from the pillow, but that they actually ended up in her hands, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, it's possible, but why does she have some of the pine, leaves in her hands? And why even, you wouldn't even think, it's more likely that she had her hair in her own hands if it wasn't out, because that would make her grab. But like if she was being hit, that would probably be less likely, unless if she was just reaching back there, but it'd be more like just protected. I don't think she'd be grabbing at her hair. I feel like the grabbing at her hair would be if there was like an owl and she's trying to get it out, but there's other things that don't make sense then, because the footprint and that kind of stuff. But now that it says presumably, it doesn't even say that it's a for sure match. What the heck does that mean? It could be, how do we know it's not one of the people that were in there afterwards? One of the crime scene techs, one of the investigators, one of the ambulance EMT. I mean, how do you know if you haven't matched it to his shoe? How can you know whose foot it was? There's a lot of people in there. I mean, hey, Kiklo. I don't know. I doubt it. They didn't even test her shirt. They just, once they came to that conclusion it was Michael, it's like I feel like they didn't want any other, test to go against. Because they said when they're trying to do the retrial, Michael's new lawyer, she said, because his one new lawyer that he was going to have had a stroke 2 days before the retrial hearing. So it was the second in command, basically, had to go up in front of the judge. But she said that, oh my God, I just lost my train of thought here. Oh, yeah. She said that, I lost it again. I was going to talk about her shirt, but it had something to do. Oh, that's what she said. She said that she thinks one of the reasons maybe that they didn't end up going through with the DNA test on the shirt, because the small chance that they did find an intruder or somebody else's DNA, it would screw up their whole case, and they didn't want to take that chance. I mean, that was just her opinion, but yeah, it was. Oh, wait, what book? Did he come out with a book after this all happened? I didn't know that. No, I know. Oh, believe me, Shane, that's not all I did. I didn't just watch the Netflix. I looked into it before and after. So I think I have a well-rounded view on it that's not biased. I looked into it before I watched it. I looked into it on my own, and then after I did. So yeah. because I knew, I know documentaries are going to be biased for the side they take. So I'm still going back and forth with doing other research too, even looking at the other side. It's still, I don't know. There's things that it's like, no, it has to be him, but then there's things that give me doubt. So the fact that you have any doubt is you shouldn't be able to convict him. But I guess we're talking right now, we're not jury. We're talking about if we think he's actually innocent, not if, because he's out. So it's not like a matter of, oh, the jury shouldn't have convicted him because he's out now. So this is more, I guess, is he innocent? I don't know. Behind the stage. Okay, Libra Sarah, I have to check it out. Oh no, I know, Shane. I'm not. I know you were. I'm just giving my opinion. I hope I didn't come across like I was either. I was just telling you. I knew it was biased. That's why I wanted to make sure I saw the other side too. That's why I looked into it before I even watched it, because I was like, I don't want to be like my first impression just be that side. So, but I don't know. I think now that I'm stuck on that neck fracture, the thyroid fracture, the cartilage or whatever, and then the footprint right now, that's making me hard to. It's just hard to explain that. But I don't know. I mean, do you think that this possibility maybe he didn't do the first one though, and he just kind of got the idea from the first one that, oh, falling down the stairs is a, they don't ask too many questions. They just kind of, okay. Even though they did say cerebral hemorrhage, so he could have. I mean, I don't know. Yes, he wrote a book after the trial. Oh, okay. Yeah. So wait, when you read the book, is it like, does it convince you more of his innocence? Are you saying? I don't know, guys. I know that's one of the reasons he didn't want to take the plea, Libra. That's what he was like. Who had said it? Maybe his daughter brought it up. Like, if you write a book, though, you're not going to ever be able to. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one though, because you go to trial and you risk them sending you back possibly. That retrial. What would you have done? No, there was a good chance though that he could have got a verdict of not guilty if he went back, because of all the corruptness they found with not only with the Deaver guy, but the blowpoke being there, the medical examiner saying blunt force trauma was the cause of death, but then really she said it was she bled to death, just different things like that. I mean, I don't know if I would take the chance though, knowing that they can be corrupt, and knowing that judge he always sided with the state. Like, everything that the defense tried to bring to him, he denied everything. I was like, come on, like, give him something. Even after, when they tried to bring, the dismissal for the evidence, and then afterwards, after it's all done, he said, oh, I probably wouldn't have let in this and this if I did it again. But I bet you if they would have retried it, he would have done the same thing. He would have let it back in. It's after the fact you could say that, but I feel like that's coward of him if he would. I mean, I would have liked to see what he would have done. Because if he says that, if the judge says he wouldn't have done that, and then we could kind of see if he really would have, and he would have, that would just be such a coward move. Like, that it's like almost like you're scared to go against the state or something. I don't know. I didn't like him very much, the judge. I didn't think he didn't enable Mike to get a fair trial, in my opinion. And I'm not saying I think Mike was innocent for sure, but I just don't think he got a fair trial. That some of that stuff shouldn't have been allowed. So, I mean, just like with Darley, this when I was watching it, I thought of that case a lot because then when Tom Bevel showed up, guys, I just wanted I wanted you guys to all to be there. Just we could just be like, oh my god, not especially Libra and Bella, and oh my god, it's like not Tom Bevel. Oh, but actually, he was on the side that you kind of, well, I guess depends on how you look at it. But I feel like he was on the right side because Deaver was the one, he was wrong, and Bevel actually was right on this one, I think. But the fact that he's calling out another analyst and then he gets in trouble for basically kind of doing the same stuff. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, that's what I agree. The feathers are from her pill. What? What do you mean her pill? What kind of pills does she take? With feathers in them? What? I'm confused on that. The feathers are from her pill. Oh, I think you meant to say her fall, I bet, huh? Or wait, no. Why would that be? Hold on a second. Grab pine animals. I just don't. Why would he attack her out front, though? Why doesn't that not make sense to me? I mean, why not do it inside, though? Why risk being outside? Oh, no, I don't get that. Unless if she really, okay, I could see if she's just trying to leave and he grabbed her. If she was trying to leave, maybe. I could see that, I guess. But otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to attack her outside when you could just wait till she comes in. Who knows, though? A lot of times those acts don't make sense. It's not like, oh, pillow. Yeah. Pillow. That's what I was saying. It could be from her pillow. But that's the thing, though. You have to take all of it together. That mixed with her having hair in her hands and the pine pieces and the feather all together makes it look more likely that it could be the owl, though. You know what I'm saying? If you just had the feathers, then it would be like, okay, maybe that's just from it could still be from the pillow, but it's more, you think more that it could be from the pillow. But all three of those together just makes more convincing that it could be from the owl. But so yeah, he was found guilty the first time. They convicted him, life in prison. He did 8 years. He got out on an appeal because of the expert, the blood analyst. Basically, he got in trouble for like falsifying on 34 cases, and then 200 he 34 I think he actually falsified, and then 200 he like how did they word it? He just screwed up, and he actually wrongly convicted a guy, that Taylor guy. They spent 19 years in jail, and they exonerated him. He was convicted because of this Dwayne Deaver's analysis. And so he got out because of him, and he was going to get a retrial. And so it took 5 years. They're building up to try to get a retrial. They're trying to settle it with the Alford plea, but Kathleen's sister doesn't want to give him the Alford plea, and the state doesn't want to go against the family's wishes. And they thought she was going to do it, and then she didn't want to give him that. She wanted him to basically stand up and say he was guilty. And then when they're finding out all this crap where the states just didn't want to put up the money and really didn't want to go through another trial, they ended up finding the blowpoke was there the whole time. The crime scene tech guys took a picture of it. They should have said something when they were up on the stand, because they were up on the stand during the trial. They never said anything, and that was their whole theory. The state's whole theory was the weapon was the blowpoke. Just all of that together, and then the evidence that they wanted, if they wanted to do a retrial, they wanted the defense wanted to test the evidence and come up with a new theory, or, be able to test it and come up with whatever theory that they found, because it was going to be a new lawyer, and they couldn't test any of it because the bags were ripped open. There was actually supposedly, I guess there was a piece from another case mixed in, and then his shoes were on top of the shirt, and it was just, everything was mixed up. The bags were ripped open. The boxes that they were in weren't the crime scene boxes, so they think that it had been changed by a move, and somebody had replaced the boxes, so that means it was touched probably by people. So there's contamination. They couldn't get a reliable result. So all of this mixed together, that the state just didn't want to, probably take a chance or deal with it, because if they would have lost, then it would have looked really bad for the state. Not only does it look like they just wrongly convicted another person, but they could be sued. There could be like legal stuff that could come out because they wrongly convicted him. But if he takes the Alford plea, he admits that the state has enough evidence to convict him, but he can maintain his innocence. But he admits they probably have enough, but I'm going to take the guilty plea because I just, whatever reason, he just doesn't want to go through it again. But he admits that they have enough evidence. So therefore he can't sue the state. He can't, it just looks better on the state, that it's almost like saying that the state doesn't have to admit they did anything wrong, because he's admitting that they had enough evidence. So it's better. The state would rather offer him something like that if they think that there's a chance, wow, there's a lot going against us, so they offered it to him, and he ended up taking it. So he's out. He's got that felony conviction on his record because it's a guilty plea. So he's, yeah. But he doesn't have to be in prison. He got time served because there's a minimum of so many months when you take it, but he did 8 years. So time served. He just got to be with his family. So Deborah, she didn't pursue the Lopuk methods until she found out. So she found out he had a. Who are you talking about? Her sister? Yeah, because Michael was trying to say that there's no Kathleen would have been all right, and he thinks she knew that he was bi, and he says he's bi because he's attracted to both. But he never actually told her. But her family's no way. Her family's there's no way. If she knew, she would not be with him. And actually, somebody brought up a good point. This article I was reading, that the reason, I don't know if this is true, I have to look into it, but the reason that she got her first divorce was because he was cheating on her. So they brought up a point. Well, obviously she's not going to let somebody cheat on her. She doesn't let that happen. I mean, that's what ended her first marriage. So guy or not, if Michael was cheating on her, she wouldn't have been okay with it. I don't know whether she did find something in the email. The fact that her friend, I don't know how true that is, but like I said, it's another article I read where her friend supposedly was supposed to email her that night on Michael's email. So it makes me think there's a good chance that she was in his email that night. I mean, that just goes along with that theory that she went to go check. Oh, I'm going to email Michael, go check. She goes up to his office to check for her email, gets sidetracked because sees these emails sees that email from that escort, gets sidetracked, sees all this crap on his computer. Yeah, it's a definite possibility, guys. I don't know. I think I'm just going to keep going back and forth. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to, what else to even, I mean, the more I look, the more confused I am, I feel like. Yeah, for the girls. That's what I'm saying. There's really no motive for the first murder, unless if it was just he was having an affair with her and maybe she wanted to towel Patty, or I don't know. Maybe it was something like that, where she's like, I can't keep this a secret. He didn't want her to know, or something like that. But as far as like a financial motive for the first one, no. It's going to cost way more to raise 2 babies, than 35,000. So, and all the time and money and energy and everything, way more. So it's not, the first one's not a financial motive. Maybe it was a passionate, like an act of passion. Maybe she was wanted to break it off with him. Maybe she wanted to towel her friend. I don't even know if she was having an affair. I'm just saying, if not, then why? I mean, that makes no sense. Why kill her? It wouldn't have been for the money. Yeah, but it's a lot, but it's not when you're going to adopt 2 babies. They're like 1 and 2 years old. To me, like the amount of money to take care of them and the time like that you lose taking care of them, the fact that he took them and raised them by himself, like think about the time it takes. So you lose out on money because of time. I mean, no, I don't think doesn't look like there's a financial motive, in my opinion, on the first one. I disagree with that, but it could be like a emotional motive. Like I said, crime of passion, or maybe they were having an affair and she was threatening to say something and he didn't. I don't know. We're never going to know. That's the thing. Once again. Wait, convincing of what though, Brooks? That he did it? In his own book, he convinces you that he did it? Is that what you're saying? Can you explain that? I'm confused. You're saying his book, right? We don't know. They assume. The state assumes that was the motive. They're assuming that she came across the emails. Nobody knows for sure. They think that's what happened. And so it's a mixture of that and financial issues. But I mean, they don't know for sure. It was just a theory they had. Hey, RR. I'm waiting, Brooks. I'm waiting for the true crime book about oh, okay. I thought, so when you guys were talking about the case, it wasn't his book then. I thought you guys were saying he wrote a book. Does it have a lot more than a documentary on the staircase? I like seeing it in action where you get to actually see behind the scenes at the trial. It's called The Staircase. Is it the book that kind of is like about the thing? Because I just got on watching that. That was 13 episodes, and I just watched those within 3 days. I watched them all. I think it was. Well, I watched them, and then I think I took 1 day break, and then I watched them pretty quick. I feel like, and then like I said, I looked into other stuff. I watched a couple other documentaries and some articles. I got these autopsies. I looked at some of the photo. I mean, yeah, just I feel like I looked into it pretty good. But I'm gonna keep looking and see if there's anything else, because I want to look into that neck cartilage thing or whatever. I don't know. They said, in the documentary, they mentioned something like the money that he either got or would have got from the life insurance, he had to pay the attorney because the attorney costed over $1 million or almost $1 million, I think. When him and his brother were talking about the price, I think it was almost like $1 million that his attorney, that Rudolph. So if they did indeed get it, I don't know if they even got the life insurance, because when you get charged with murdering him, yeah, the kids would have got it then, right? Because he would definitely not been able to get it since he was getting, in the process of being charged, and then he was charged. There's no way. But if the kids got it, would they be able to give him the money, to help? Because I think they would have, because they really were fighting for their dad. Yeah, Gooch. I don't know. Yeah, Mrs. Kirk Cobain. It's called The Staircase. It's really good. It's 13 episodes on Netflix. But like I said, I was telling people, just if you're new to the case, make sure you do other research too, because I feel like it is biased towards his innocence, but it does give you a good look at the other side. I feel like somewhat. No, I guess it's biased. It does paint them as, but I think they were like, I didn't like some of the practices they were doing. So just make sure you look into some of the other like other stuff too. Just don't only watch that and make your determination. Because there's some things that were left out. Like I said, that footprint on the back of the leg in the series, it was only mentioned like one time real quick. It wasn't a big deal. Whether they made it a big deal in the trial, I don't know, but I think it's a big deal. And then the neck injury, I think they mentioned it, well, maybe one time or two at the end, but it wasn't that big of a deal too. And I was like, wait, you're watching it, and then they just like say it at the end like it's nothing. And I was like, wait, why wasn't that talked about before? So I think they, because it's biased for his innocence, and that makes him look really bad with those two things. So but I think what the state did was more corrupt, because it's not like the defense necessarily lied. They just only, they had a documentary and they showed certain things. They didn't have to show everything, and it was in there. I'm not saying that it was at the end, but it was just like, what? Like real quick. So it didn't completely leave it out, but it left you like, wow, how is this the first time that we're hearing about this? So, yeah, with every case. What's up, Amanda? Oh, it's okay. Even of a kind. I think I am done. Yeah, the thing is, if you just listen to him talk, like those times where he's just sitting there talking, not the times where he's with somebody, but when he's just like talking, like it's just him and he's talking, like those are the times where I feel like I think he's guilty. Like when he's just like rambling freely talking, it's like he'll say things where it's like, what? Those are some of the times where I'm like, wait, did he just say that? Is he guilty? Yeah. But I can't, some people are just not good at that, I mean, I could see myself the way I am, me, I don't know, who knows, but yeah, his interviews and stuff, I know the behavior panel just did a analysis on his interview. That's a good, check that out too. That was one of the first things I watched, actually. So but Dr. Phil, he had him on. I remember when he had him on, but I didn't know anything really about it at the time. I just caught like a couple minutes of it. And then when I was researching it, when I first started, I caught a couple interviews, a couple YouTube videos that were clips from Dr. Phil. And it seemed like Dr. Phil was saying that he didn't think he was lying. He believed him, at least from the couple clips that I saw. So is that true that Dr. Phil thought he was telling the truth, right? I'm pretty sure from the few clips, that's what it sounded like, that he was, that he thought, where he said he doesn't think he was lying. So, but I know that I have issues with Dr. Phil. I was watching when I'm sure you guys all watched when he was talking about the Watts case and the broken bones. And I remember like sitting there like, no, because I knew the case so well. And he had went over after, like, we were all like going over every little detail. So when he said that, I'm like, he's wrong. What the heck is he talking about? He's freaking wrong. I can't believe he's saying that. And some people were saying, oh, maybe he has the inside scoop and he just knows, and maybe there really were, and he's just, they just did that. It was, that part was the redacted part, and they just didn't share that in the autopsy. And I was like, no, that's not what I thought. I just thought he was just trying to dramatize and for views, make it look so much more dramatic and serious than it was, just for the views. But I just don't understand why the Ruseks wouldn't have corrected them. But maybe they did. I mean, it's not like Dr. Phil, because when he did it was a 2-part thing where he did one where he talked to the Ruseks lawyers, and then he talked to, I guess it was the Ruseks lawyers, but then the Ruseks didn't come on until the second part of it. So when he was talking about the bones and Bella's bones being broken and stuff, that was the first part where the Ruseks weren't on it yet. So I don't know, but he was wrong. I'm sorry. He didn't have no inside information. He was just wrong. And whether he knew he had to have known. First of all, he's a doctor. Second of all, psychiatrist. I know he lost his license. I don't know if I know at one point he lost his license to practice. I don't know if he ever got him back, but so one thing, yeah, and he has a show, so he should know how important it is to put out real facts, right? So or to do research. I don't know. He can't be that careless to mess something up like that, right? Like he had to purposely do that. I don't know if his research team just got it all messed up, or he purposely added that to make it seem more dramatic, or he just didn't do some fact checking or something. I don't know. But sometimes his show is entertaining. I mean, I admit it. And it's because he brings people with some scenarios that are interesting. He does. He brings on some good guests that have some interesting things going on, but I don't know if some of it is overly dramatized and some of it's like made up, and in a way, when he brings on some of those not like real cases like that, but just like some of these, I don't even know what you call them, but I don't know if it's a part act and he knows it and he picks those types of people. I don't know, but sometimes it's entertaining. But I guess the one good thing about him is, yeah, he states the most obvious. It's like, duh, you're fat, you need to lose weight. You're depressed, you need antidepressants, and we're going to get you a therapist. It's like the most obvious stuff, but he has the money to get these people help. So he does. He'll put money into helping people see, go to therapy or whatever kind of help that they need. So he has the money, he has the connections. So he puts his money to use in that way. So I do respect him in that way. But as far as him being like, he's so smart what he says, and oh my God, it's like, no, it's like basic psychology stuff. I feel like when I'm watching him, it reminds me of like Psychology 101. But anyway, I don't know. Did I tell you he gave me a copyright claim? I know I've went on about this, but my Valo case, when I covered that, so mad. And it was like, just like the Valo, I was covering it months before he even touched that case. And it was that clip when East Idaho News Nate goes and finds Lori and Chad in Hawaii and tries to interview him. I played a little clip, but the part that he did the claim on is when I just had it in the background. I'm talking over it. I had it no sound on. I just had it playing as I'm explaining something. And when he covered it, he played that clip on his show when he covered the Val case, like 3 months after I made that video. He covers the case. He played that clip, which was East Idaho's News' clip, and he copyrighted claimed that part because they tell you what, down to the second what part is being claimed. Number one, it was me talking over it. Definitely fair use. Number two, I had my video out before him, so I'm going to give you a copyright claim, Dr. Phil. And number three, it was East Idaho News. I could see if it was East Idaho News giving me a copyright claim, but it was Dr. Phil using East Idaho News on his show and claiming it. Unless if he bought the rights off of East Idaho News, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he did buy them out, but I don't think. I think it just, he used the clip and then it came up similar to his show and he just claims everybody that comes up instead of looking at it, and seeing if it's a real issue. Yeah. I was like, I'm going to give you a claim. You copied me. Yeah, guys. So I guess what we could do here, because I actually went over everything I really had to say about the case. Why don't you guys, if anybody hasn't watched it, you guys watch it. Maybe in the next week or whatever, I'll see if some of you guys are new and just watched it, want to chat about it, and we can discuss it a little more, or if I find anything else. Because it's the thing is like, yeah, I could get into all the evidence and stuff, but I feel like that well, no, I guess it is. I don't know, guys. Let me know. I feel like we could go through this stuff, but I'm just debating whether we even. I think this just makes me upset because I have no idea. It's just going back and forth. I don't even know what to think. Let me just see if I could find. Oh wait, we still have to go through. Hold on. Don't leave. We still got to go through Kathleen's autopsy. I forgot about that. I'm just trying to think how I want to progress. Should I? Is this a case that I want to get into it deeper with everything? Which I did. I mean, I spent a lot of time just watching the documentary, I feel like, but to try to get the discovery and us pick through it, I guess it could be interesting. I got to figure out where to get it from. And then if I could get it, we could do it. Yeah, that could be interesting. Okay, let's go over the autopsy of Kathleen real quick, guys. All right, so we got multiple blunt force impacts of back of the head, beating. All right. Female, 47. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Multiple lacerations and avulsions, posterior scalp, multiple contusions, posterior scalp, subarachnoid hemorrhage, slight to moderate bilateral parasagittal cerebral convexities. Sorry, guys. I'm just doing my best to sound this out. Early acute ischemic neuronal necrosis. Let's look up some of this stuff, guys. Are you interested? Hold on a second. Oh, I forgot I have this. I could just look stuff up on that. Okay, hold on. We're going to look up a couple things here. So first of all, what is avulsions? I don't even know what that means. Sorry, guys. I'm not a medical. Some of these medical terms. Let me just see what that means real quick. Avulsions is... Okay, avulsion. So avulsion is the action of pulling. That's what I was trying to... Remember when I was saying how do they describe that? Because they're not all lacerations. That's what I was trying to think of. The act of pulling or tearing away. That's what the Henry Lee was saying. That some of them are lacerations, but some of them were caused from pulling. The sudden separation of land from one property and its attachment to another, especially by flooding or change in the course. That's just a... Well, let's see here. Avulsion injury. But yeah, it's just the separation or pulling. Okay. The skin commonly happens after a fall or other injury. Okay, so we got that. So we got lacerations, avulsions on the posterior scalp. We have multiple contusions on the posterior scalp. We have let's look that up. Subarachnoid hemorrhage is life-threatening type of stroke caused by bleeding into the space surrounding the brain. So that had to be caused by trauma, right? But what? I didn't know they labeled this kind of stuff like type of stroke. I don't know why I was thinking of stroke. I wasn't thinking of like that a stroke could be the cause could be like some kind of trauma, I guess. But it just says a life-threatening type of stroke caused by bleeding into the space surrounding the brain. They call it SAH. I like to call it. It's a when I say SAH, I'm talking about this hemorrhage here. So SAH can be caused by a ruptured aneurysm, AVM, or head injury. Okay. 1/3 of patients will survive with good recovery. 1/3 will survive with a disability, and 1/3 will die. Okay. And now we're learning a little bit about some medical stuff. Okay, let's see. So that's what that is. Now let's see what bilateral parasagittal. Oh. Okay, so convexities. Wow, I don't even involving. Okay, so white matter necrosis involving the parasagittal supermedial areas. Okay, I don't know. I think that that was just where the position of where it is, right? The location of injury involving the cerebral convexities on either side. So I think that's more of like a position. So let's look up what this is. Ischemic neuronal necrosis. Okay, so that is a typical necrotic process due to brain ischemia. Encompasses swelling of the cell and subcellular organelles, followed by multiple organelle damage, loss of cell membrane integrity, and uncontrolled release of cellular contents into the surrounding extracellular space. Huh. So, so what does it mean in the brain? It's a condition in which a blockage in an artery restricts the delivery of oxygen-rich blood to the brain, resulting in damage to the brain tissue. Huh. So it must just be from the trauma it caused that, I'm sure, I guess. All right, so all right. And then fracture with hemorrhage. Okay. Superior corneal left. Okay. So that's the fracture of her left cartilage. Okay. Contusions of back. Okay, let's see. This is the one that I really am interested. Fracture with hemorrhage, superior. Let me see if it brings up a picture of where that's at, guys. Fracture. Okay, fracture with hemorrhage, yeah. And I shouldn't even have looked that part up. I just want to look up the... All right. See if there's images here. So, man. I mean, I guess it's possible that she hit. Wait, what if, let's say that it's the whole Alice area or whatever, she runs in and she falls front ways first, and the corner of the stair hits right there because that's about where it's at. What if she falls and it hits and that's how it fractured? That definitely could happen. And now it's not going to necessarily break your neck, but it could fracture the cartilage right here, right? She hits, the corner of the step and that hits her right there. That could be explained. I could buy that. I could definitely see that. What do you guys think? I definitely, yeah, it's definitely a possibility, I think. So let me see. Hold on, guys. 1 second. Let me see what that says again. Superior corner of left thyroid cartridge. So that would be more. Thyroid would be like more up here, it looks like. So the left side. I mean, yeah, I could see, boo, hit right there. I don't know. It's possible. Right on the corner of the step as she's running in and she falls face down. Bam. Gets up. Falls back. Gets up again. And by that time, maybe when she slips on her blood, falls back again. It's possible, guys. It really is. It's a weird scenario, but weird things happen like that when it comes to that kind of stuff. I believe that it's a possibility. Now, I just can't. I don't know about that shoe print. That part's bothering me now. Okay, so let's see here. What else we got? Hey guys, I'm sorry. I'm just checking chat, guys. All right. Hold on. We're gonna get back to that. Where did I put that? I just want to be able to maybe share it where I could. Oh, I have the wrong thing. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. All right, guys. I will share this because I think people are confused on where it's at. Okay, so thyroid cartilage is right here. So I'm guessing it's probably like right here, somewhere like right here, like I was saying. So I definitely could see right there. Let me see if there's a better diagram. Thyroid cartilage. So it's more on the side, maybe. See, this one's pointing right there. And this one's pointing on this more on the side. So it's probably just this whole area, I'm guessing. So yeah. I mean, either way, if your head's turned a little bit, it could hit like this, hit like, I mean, however, it's the left side. It says left, so left. Yeah, I mean, she runs in, falls. Psh, psh, yeah. It's probably, this whole area, it looks like, right? Like this whole area. I know this is pointing just right here. Oh, that's a oblique line. Never mind. Thyroid cartilage. No, it's not. I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, it's just this right here. But yeah. It's definitely a possibility, you know. Uh, Adam's what? I'm not sure why you said that, but I was talking about the cartilage right here. So yeah, so I don't know. That's okay. So that's an explanation. It could explain that. Still trying to think of that footprint. How other way? Okay, let's continue going through the autopsy, and then I don't know. That footprints now. Still, we have to try to think how that could be, or not explained if he did it. Why do I always I try harder to try to find that they're innocent? It's almost like. See, we're looking at it backwards then. Maybe see, like the judge is supposed to be you're innocent until proven guilty. I feel like as we're looking at it, we're thinking he's guilty and we're trying to prove him innocent. All right, so let's continue with this here. Contusion, back, posterior arms, wrists, hands, multiple small abrasions on contusions on the face. Yeah, Cooch, I know, but the feet. I know. It's like you have to look at everything and it's just like that footprint with his shoe print, but they don't even say it's for sure Michael's shoe print, but then who else's shoe print? And then if you're thinking you're doubting that it's Michael's shoe print, then you're thinking there's another person, an intruder. So the Al theory is out the window. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Then there was somebody else in there. And what's the chances of that? Well, I guess they never did test DNA on the shirt, but I just think the chances of it, intruder are very slim, which would make that shoe print be Michael's then if there's no intruder, right? So why would there be a bloody shoe print? Well, duh, or else it wouldn't make a print, but on the back of her leg. I don't get it. No, but it's the left. It's on the left, Una of a kind. It was their left cartilage. So I think it's more like right here. Anyway, so, okay, let's continue here. One 120 pounds, body heat cool, rigor none. Okay, so they do say none, but then on Elizabeth it said moderate. But that's what I'm just confused on, when do they examine and make that report? Like, when is it, right when they find her? But then who's taking all these? Well, I guess the EMT. I don't know. I'm just trying to think how that would work, of when they would make that observation. So if they did indeed make that observation at the scene with Elizabeth, then it did say moderate. So that could possibly be Michael then. But I don't know. That was in Germany. Who knows how they do their thing? I mean, who knows how they do it? Like, I don't know, guys. But no, so none for Kathleen. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. Brown fleece sweatshirt, gray to white sweatpants. No decomposition changes are noted. Descendant is in good general condition with intact nail beds bilaterally. There is a nevus is that inferior or interior and lateral to the left side of the EKG lead on the skin of the right lower abdomen. Oh, evidence of medical intervention includes an EKG lead on the skin of the right lower abdomen. Hair is noted to be grasped in both the left and right hands and is collected and submitted as evidence. There is dried blood on the bottoms of the feet bilaterally, with dried blood noted over the face. The nail beds are intact with crusted blood noted beneath them. No visible tissue is seen under the fingernails. That's good, because you know, sometimes when they fight off, that they get some kind of something from the other person. There are 3 contusions over the right eyelid, each measuring a 1/4 inch, right? I'm trying to think yeah, I think that's an inch. So wait, a 1/4. There are 3 contusions over the right eyelid. Or wait, the 2, is that centimeters? Now I forget how they mark those. Hold on, let me see. So long sometimes when you use some of this stuff where it's like, oh, wait, what? Yeah, it is an inch. Okay. So it's a 1/4 inch. Oh, shoot. All right, so there's 3 over the right eyelid, each measuring 4 times 4. There is a right ear contusion. So a right ear contusion. So it's her left thyroid cartilage. Wasn't it the left for that one? I think, I'm pretty sure that's what I just want to make sure. Hold on, let me just see. Left, yeah. Okay, so left, and then it's the right contusion, right ear. There is a right neck linear vertical abrasion measuring 1/4 inch. Three linear horizontal abrasions. The first measuring 3/8 inch, the measuring 5/16. Next one, okay. So there's a right neck linear. There's one over a contusion over the bridge of the nose. In the dorsum of the nose. And over the lip. Wonder if there's any tongue, if there's any like cuts on her tongue, because if she did fall, she could have bit her tongue. If she fell front ways and hit her neck, she possibly could have bit her tongue, right? That would make sense. A good possibility. Let's see. Abrasion lip inferior to the left eye. Okay, so head, there are at least 7 distinct lacerations on the posterior scalp. Several lacerations are complex, creating avulsions with full thickness lacerations through to the underlying skull. These will be described from right to left. There is a tri-pronged linear laceration measuring 3 inches vertically. So, wow. 3 inches is probably like, that's a pretty big laceration. The upper lateral prong measuring 3/4 of an inch. Upper medial prong 1 3/8, and lower prong 1 5/8. The greatest width of the laceration is 1 inch. Wow, that's pretty wide. 2 1/2 inches medial to the first laceration is another tri-pronged laceration with avulsion. Laceration measures 2.5 inches horizontally and 4 1/8 vertically. Okay. The base of the vertex closer to the right side of the scalp, there are 2 lacerations which are horizontal over the whatever. The medial laceration measures. Okay, so we saw the picture of all those. So let's see. So the posterior neck, scalp. Okay. All right. The left elbow, there are 3 contusions around the elbow, one measuring 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch, one measuring 1 inch by 1/2 inch, and one measuring 1 1/8 by 7/8. All these contusions are more vertical than horizontal. More vertical than horizontal. Huh. Well, I guess if she had them like that, it would be, end up being vertical, but otherwise you would expect them to be more horizontal, you would think. I don't know, guys. It's hard to tell, though. Anything could have really happened. Her body could have just went any which way as she's falling. Okay, so let's see. Injuries and head. Okay, internal examination reveals slight blah 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 hemorrhage. They call it SAH hemorrhage, or SAH stands for that. Primarily over the left. So no contusions of the brain. No skull fractures. No cervical spine fractures are present. There's a fracture with associated. Yeah, the hemorrhage of the superior cornu of the left thyroid cartilage. Okay. Associated hemorrhage. Wait, there's a fracture with associated hemorrhage. Oh, okay, I see. All right, well, DNA card. Hair from left hand, hair from right hand, head hairs, clothes, sweatshirts and sweatpants, small wood splinter found in the posterior scalp hair. That's pretty important. And blood and purple top tube received by Angela Powell. So, I mean, that would go along with her hitting her head, the splinter. Okay, body cavities. So the thyroid cartilage is intact. However, there's a fracture. Yep. Associated hemorrhage of the superior cornu of the thyroid cartilage on the left. Huh. So, I don't know. Oh. The GI tract is intact throughout its length. The stomach contains approximately 400 cc's of stew-like contents with a vomitous odor. Canned mushrooms are identified. What did he say they ate for dinner that night? I forget if he said. There's no long bone or rib fractures. There is a bulging. What the heck? Where's the continue of that? Bulging what? Oh, cervical disc on the right side of the neck. Wonder if that's from hitting on the left side could have caused the bulging disc on the right, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how. I'm not a doctor. I'm just trying to think like logically on this stuff, but I don't know if that always works with medical stuff, but wouldn't you think possibly if she hit really hard in the stair on this side, it could have caused a bulging disc on the right side, maybe? I don't know. Let me know if I'm just not, there's not possible. Anybody? No, I don't. But the thing is we know she definitely had a couple falls if this is what happened. So there was definitely a couple falls if it wasn't Michael. So who knows how many, what hit what. Okay, so scalp reflection of the scalp reveals contusions associated with full thickness lacerations as described. No skull fractures, not swollen. You have that hemorrhage. Yeah, there is a section from the central area that shows an airway with a small amount of blood. So, like, it could have dripped down. She could have been coughing that up. I feel like it's a possibility. Not bleeding internally, but from coming, dripping down and going down, maybe. Well, 48 years old, found at the bottom of the back staircase in her home. Initial indications were that the death was due to a fall down the stairs. However, due to the unusual and suspicious scene and nature of death, Dr. Kenneth Snell, Durham County Medical Examiner, assumed jurisdiction of the body and authorized an autopsy. Right, so it says, autopsy examination showed multiple bruises of the arms, wrists, hands, and back, with multiple small abrasions and contusions of the face. The posterior scalp showed multiple, at least 7 deep, complex lacerations, some forming avulsions. No skull fractures were present, and there was a slight to moderate degree of SAH, the hemorrhage, over the brain. Did not show any contusions or subdural hemorrhage. There was early acute ischemic neuronal necrosis. The neck showed no fractures. There was also a fracture with associated hemorrhage of the left superior corner of the thyroid cartilage and neck. The blood ethanol alcohol concentration of blood obtained at the time of autopsy was 70 milligrams. 0.07 in the urine. Ethanol concentration was 11 or 0.11%. Trace amounts of chlorpheniramine, cyclobenzaprine, and nicotine were detected in the same blood specimen. Diazepam was present in the concentration of 0.15 milligrams per liter. No opiates or other organic bases were detected in the same blood specimen. In my opinion, the cause of death in this case was due to severe concussive injury of the brain caused by multiple blunt force impacts of the head. Blood loss from the deep scalp lacerations may have also played a role in her death. The number, severity, locations, and orientation of these injuries are inconsistent with a fall downstairs. Instead, they are indicative of multiple impacts received as a result of a beating. I don't know. So I think this is just kind of, this is the red neurons are consistent with early acute ischemic necrosis. The red neurons display I just want to skim it because some of these words I know I'm going to say them wrong. I don't know. So so that red neurons are consistent with the descendant having a significant episode of widespread brain ischemia at least a few hours prior to death. So I think that's what they were trying to, how they determined that she was bleeding probably a couple hours before she died because of that result. Oh, so here's there's the 3, 1, 2, 3 above the eye, neck abrasion right here, chipped tooth, I'm trying to think. She could have hit her tooth on the stair, or even from, So she had 3 right here. It's just weird. Like, okay, you got 3 little things here, 3 right there, here, small one there, got a chipped tooth. I don't know. And you got all these on the back of the head. Okay, so this is I think the EKG thing, but what is this? Isn't it EKG? I think that says EKG, but I can't read what this says. Or maybe not. Why would they have that down there, though? Maybe that's not what that says. Man, it's just too hard to read. I have no idea. Well, I guess it's just all the little, that they were just explaining. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, all of this. What? I just don't understand what's making those little pokes. It's like if that owl just was attacking her and she put it up and it was just, I don't know. What else makes those marks? Like, what could he have used that makes like he's poking her with something? I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? Because there's nothing on the stairs that would make those little pokey things. I don't even know what to call them, but I could see like the lacerations on the head being from the corners of the steps, but the things that look like the talons could have poked into her. What on the steps could have made that if it wasn't the owl theory? Let's go back and look at those stairs. I don't think there was anything on there that would make those little sharp. Unless if she could have got attacked by the owl, fell into the pine tree or bush or whatever, and those are what made those. I wish I had a picture of the outside, the front, outside our house. Let's see if we could find something. Man, this could have just been like such a complex thing where there was like so many factors that came into play, you know? Like it could be the owl mixed with her falling into a freaking bush or something, mixed with her falling up the stairs, hitting her head on the stairs, hitting her neck on the stairs, falling again. What if it was just such a complex thing of unlucky accidents that just can't, almost is so hard to believe, like that it wasn't a beating? Because how could you explain all this random stuff happening? But then it's like, then you go back to the other one, and but the other one might just have been as simple as she had a brain hemorrhage, and it was an aneurysm or something, or from the liver disease or something, where she had the brain hemorrhage, a cerebral hemorrhage, and fell down the stairs, and that was just what it was, and he just a big coincidence. No, they found it, Gregory. They found it. We talked about that earlier. They found the blowpoke. It wasn't the blowpoke, and the whole time, the crime scene technicians, the day that they were there on the crime scene, they took a picture of the blowpoke. It was in the garage, and they laid it back there. So I guess it was laying up against the wall, and they took the picture and they laid it on the ground in the garage. And somehow Michael, when he was looking for it, they overlooked it, and they found it the day before that the defense was going to do their closing statements. They found it. His kid Clayton found it in the garage one night and woke him up. Was like, "We found the blowpoke." And they found it. It was full of cobwebs. They could tell that it hadn't been cleaned because of the, what did they call it? The oxidation or something on it, where you could tell that it's not like he used it and then he was able to clean it off because of the way that it oxidized or something like that. They just said they were able to tell that it wasn't clean like that. There was cobwebs all over it, and they did a test for DNA, and it didn't come up positive. And so, yeah, I think the blowpoke idea is out because they found it. So originally they just thought that they overlooked it, but then way later on, after he already went to got convicted, and they were going to do a retrial, they found out that crime scene techs that were up on the stand giving a testimony were the same ones that took the picture of it, had it, and they never said anything. They should have remembered. So, yeah. So, blowpoke, that probably would have been a good, I could see why they thought that now, really looking through the autopsy better, but it wasn't that blowpoke unless they had another one. But then what did he do with it? I mean, they searched that place, what would he, where would he have been able to put it? I'm pretty sure they probably searched it pretty good, right? I don't know. Anyway, let me see. Did I certify the pen? Yeah, well, no, he deleted hundreds of files. They said the week leading up to her death. And at one point he was in his office. He was all out of it, and he was in his office on his computer at one time when they were, but it wasn't when they were, I don't think it was necessarily when they were working. I mean, I think she had already stopped breathing, and they did say he was acting kind of strange. Instead of like being there watching, he was like wandering around, and he was in his office on his computer at one point. And yeah, so he deleted hundreds of files leading up to her death. And he downloaded some program where it would delete things faster or something. But I mean, I could still have doubts. I feel like, because maybe that was a common thing that he did delete a lot of files every week because he was doing this kind of stuff. So maybe that was kind of a common thing he had to do every week, is delete all his nasty emails and, his searches and stuff. Because if that's the case, if you're looking at it like that, then why didn't he delete? If he was planning on it and premeditated that much into it where he was deleting stuff ahead of time, then why would he have kept the emails where she could have seen him then? He would have had those deleted then. If you know what I'm saying? That's where I think like, hey, that does look suspicious. But if he was already on it and premeditating it to that degree, then there would not have been that email that she could have found on there. That was the whole motive, right? He would have had it deleted if he was planning on doing that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know though. The cops would have found it. I mean, if he wanted to delete them, why not delete them all? But who knows? Yeah, they said he was acting weird. He was in the office, but they also kind of described it like he was kind of out of it. Like, so maybe trauma. He was just all out of it. I don't know why I could always think of an explanation of the possibility. There's always an explanation, but then of course, even when I'm doing the other side, like if it's like a side I'm really feeling strong on one side, I always try to bring up the other side's explanations. But they could probably say this, and they would probably say that, and I could see them. Well, they would explain it this way. So I'm always trying to find both sides. But yeah. So in his defense, he was just out of it, just delirious, but in not his defense, yeah, he was maybe making sure stuff was off the computer. But why not do it ahead of time if he was premeditating it? But maybe he wasn't premeditating it. Then that would mean that the hundreds of emails doesn't mean anything that he deleted ahead of time because it wasn't premeditated. So it's just a lot to it, guys. Wait, Gregory, you heard? Yeah, no, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. But their motive was that she found the email from that escort that he was gonna meet that week, but then that escort ended up like wanting to reschedule, and that she may have found it. But then do you see if that's the motive? Then the fact that he was deleting emails can't be no premeditation, because how did he know she was going to find it? So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's two different things going on here. Like the person, I don't even know who brought it up. Like, oh, he was deleting emails the day before, but it was the week before leading up. So you're saying that because you're saying, oh, maybe, he was planning this. Well, then if he was planning it, was he planning it, or was it because she found that? Those are two different theories. Which one is it? You got to pick one, right? I mean, if you're really, really sticking to one, I can't stick to one. But like, that's where I just keep going back and forth. Okay, yeah. Then that means he was planning it. Then why didn't he get rid of those emails? Oh, he wasn't planning it. She found it. So get them deleting those emails the week before means nothing. He just was doing that. Like, there's just too much. I don't know. It's just too much doubt. There's always just something that doesn't make sense, I feel like. Joke, I wonder if Trent Bolt will come for it as one of his levers. Yeah, Nikki, that is a good one. Trent, that's funny because Trent, like, Oh, that is funny. Yeah. Yeah, it's a blow poke from the fireplace. But they found that one. I don't know if there was any other pokers, but that was the one they thought. And I'm sure if there was other pokers, they probably would have brought that up. But that blow poke was the one that he got from a gift from Kathleen's uh, sister, and she got everybody one, and they swore that was a murder weapon. I don't know if he had other fireplace things. I'm not sure. They never brought that up. Yeah, but it definitely would be a good one if he did have another one. But then what did he do with it? Where'd he get rid of it, I wonder? Yeah, guys, I don't know. I am just I'll that's the thing. I'll read a comment. And you guys, when I'm not saying anybody's wrong. Like when I read a comment and then I like go against it, it's just because I'm trying. That's how I do it. I feel like even if it's something like, oh, okay, what about this? But then if I could always debate it and like, well, no, because what about that? I'm not saying anybody's wrong or anything, but it's like I'm always finding that little bit of doubt because there's always an explanation, I feel like. But I guess that's just anything. I mean, I feel like it's rarely a situation where I can't find some kind of explanation. Well, it could just be because of this, But what's the likely, I guess, the likely probability of some of this stuff, But it's just like when you still have that little bit of doubt, I don't know. I would like to get an exact match of that shoe print. If they could do like, okay, that definitely did come from his shoe. I know they can't say from his shoe because there's other shoes. Other people have that shoe, that same exact shoe, so they can't exclude it completely. But did they say that it is a match though? That it definitely is an exact match? Or I'll have to see how they, because that was just an article said presumably, but we'll have to see how they say it. If I could get the trial transcripts or something, how they describe it, that it did match, for sure. No, I know. I mean, but I just still think that could be from him, like grabbing her and rubbing, and then maybe he did kind of take those paper towels. He admitted getting a towel and paper towel. What if he did kind of wipe it a little bit? Does that mean that he's guilty because maybe he, grabbed her and like hugged her, and I think they did say he was like holding her at one point or something. I remember seeing something like how did they describe it? I was just reading something where I think when they first came in, was he like kind of like holding her in a way or something, and then what if he just like wiped it? There's always explanation that it doesn't necessarily mean that he murdered her. He had blood on his shorts. He knew he had blood on his shorts. He didn't change his shorts. He kept them on. So could have just wiped him with a paper towel or just kind of smeared as he's holding her and just kind of, I mean, I don't know. I'm telling you, I feel like I went through everything and nothing can fully convince me. I feel like I'm always finding that explanation, but so I don't know. But I still can't find the explanation of the shoe print. That's the one thing that I cannot explain. It does not make sense. The bloody shoe print on the back of her pants. To me, there's no situation that would make sense that would have that other than him being the one killing her. So I guess that, I don't know. I can't explain away that one. Because it's on the back of her leg, the back. And when she was found, she was laying on, face up. How does his shoe print get on the back if that's how she was found? Even if he was like holding her and underneath her, like how would it get like that? Like I could see the front of it hitting her if he's like laying under, maybe the front going on the back of her pants. But how did the bottom of his shoe get on the back of her print? As if he's holding her down with his foot as he's beating her to death, or just holding her down so she doesn't get back up or whatever. So I guess right now, until I could explain that away, that's going to be bothering me that maybe he did. Anyway, what did that say? Put his foot on her to keep her down and let her die. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh wait, why though? If it was the owl, then why? Then he wouldn't have wanted her to die, would he have? So you're saying you think maybe the owl actually started it, but then he decided, yeah, I want you to die anyway. So he just kept her down with her foot. I don't know. What's the chances of that? That'd be weird. But it definitely, that what I'm thinking is he was doing it to probably keep her down because he killed her, maybe, you know? Or as he's hitting her, he's holding her down with a foot. Or like when she's trying to get up, he's holding her down. But either way you look at her, that part makes him look like he killed her. You know, whether he's holding her, I mean, yeah, whether it's just to keep her down from getting up or as he's hitting her, he has his foot on her. Either way, it's that would make him guilty. So I don't. Yeah, I mean, there's no other way that I could make sense out of that. I guess the only way is if he somehow was holding her, if she was completely on top of him and he was just holding her on top of him and he had his legs kind of up and it was, you know, like he was like almost like holding her around. I don't know why he'd be doing that. And then his leg would be up and then, but then he would have blood on his shirt and he didn't. Unless if he changed it, and then why did he change it if he's not guilty of doing anything? Unless if he just wanted to change to get rid of it, but then why not tell the, you know, he obviously hid the shirt because the shirt wasn't found for somebody to go hide it. They're hiding something, right? See, I don't know. Yeah, that footprint just doesn't look good. But that's why I don't understand why it didn't seem like that they made a big deal about the trial. That should have been a huge deal. I'm sorry, that would have been huge. If I was a juror, I mean, I just think it would have been huge. And it just makes me wonder why it wasn't a big deal. Did it not match? I know, Mama Man, that's what I'm saying. So I do have the reasonable doubt's the other way around. It's not reasonable doubt that he's guilty. So, I have reasonable doubt that he's innocent. So I do it guilty. No, it's the other way around. So that's what I'm saying. I couldn't convict him if I have reasonable doubt. So that's why I don't think I could because I do have doubt. And it's supposed to go that way, you know, but a lot of the times, like I was just saying, it's as we're looking through this, it seems like we're already have him guilty and we're trying to prove him innocent. And it's supposed to be the other way around, really. But it's supposed to be innocent and trying to prove him guilty. So I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. I have too much doubt. I don't think I would be able to say a guilty. Even though I think there's a chance he did it, but there's just not. If we're supposed to go by, you know, the law and how it's supposed to be held up, I have too much. I mean, I have too much doubt to say without a reasonable doubt. So I don't think I could. I think right now, even with just that footprint is the only thing that I can't explain. But wait, so how does this work, guys? So, okay. So let's say there's one piece of evidence that you can't explain. Like one thing that's just like, no, I can't explain it away. Does that make you the reasonable doubt go away? Or because everything else you have doubt about, but one piece. So how does that play into the whole reasonable doubt thing? I don't know. that would be all the other stuff would be, I don't know. What would you guys think? Does that mean that you should say guilty then? If there's one piece of evidence that's just like, man, I can't explain it. It has to be that way. Is that no reasonable doubt though? But then I feel like everything else I have doubt on. So I don't know how do you determine that, you guys? Maybe I'm sounding silly, but how do you determine that reasonable doubt? Is it the reasonable doubt on everything, or just like there's one thing you I don't know, guys. Oh, but listen. Hey, I went outside. I checked the shadow theory, guys. I forgot with the Chris Watts. I know I'm just going. I just got to say what I did. I was so excited last night. I was taking Zeke out and I was like, I have to check the shadow. So now my garage is set up a little bit different. So I can't fully test the box thing hanging up because my light, I have the box and my light's way over to the side, like way over. So I can't test that. But wait, that was just the motion light. Maybe if I turned on the other light, I will be able to test it. I might be able to test that theory, but I didn't last night because the light that came on was just over here. So it didn't leave any shadow, no shadow whatsoever. But as I'm walking, because I went out the front and that's when I decided, oh, let me test this. So I went around the side and then opened the garage. But anyway, as I'm walking up, I have two lights, like the lights that Chris has. He has three, but I have two. So it works for that main garage part because that third light's not really at play in that shadow. It's just those two lights, right? So I walk up through the side and there is a little dark spot in between that I think on a camera, it would look like it looks on Nate's. So I think it is the two lights that is making that middle part without the lights not reaching that middle part. I think that's what it is. I don't think it is the box. I don't think it is a shadow. I think it is that. From what I saw from my garage, I think it is, guys. With the watts. I do. I think it's the two lights and it's creating that little dark spot. Mine does it, at least. But anyway, so I wanted to tell you that. Yeah, that's true, Yoga Pet. I don't know. So why don't we do this, you guys? Okay. Let's do a panel, not tonight, because I've already been on almost 5 hours. Let's do a panel with this case. Libra, I don't know if Libra's still here. Definitely you. I was gonna have you up tonight and I got sidetracked. But let's do one. You guys, I'll throw out the link when it's time. Just be prepared. I'll try to give you a warning. Maybe we'll do it this weekend or whatever. Not tomorrow or Friday, because tomorrow we're going to do the transcripts, Darley transcripts. Going to continue with that tomorrow. So around 8, come if you guys are been watching the transcripts for the Darley Routier case. And then Friday is the interview with Cadel and CDT. She says she had a couple new things to share. She kind of informed me on one of them, which is kind of interesting. So that's Friday. So maybe like Sunday we could do a panel about this case. So if you guys are interested. Wait, so Gregory, but what if this is what I'm a little bit confused on now. So what if you have one piece where you don't have it? Like, how am I wording this? Like that one piece that can't be explained. So it's almost like one piece of evidence you don't really have doubt on because you have doubt the other way. You know, you have doubt that it's like the opposite way is what you have to judge in court. So that's why I'm saying the one piece is almost like backwards, where it's like you don't have doubt about it making him innocent because you can't explain it of him being innocent. And it has to make him guilty, just that one piece. But the others, all the rest, you have a lot of doubt about. And then one piece of evidence that can't be explained. Does that one piece that can't be explained give you, like, is that enough? I mean, is that enough that you don't really have doubt on that? I don't know. I can't explain what I'm talking about because it's almost like it's backwards. if you're looking at it backwards. I don't know. I'm going to look into the whole reasonable doubt and how that, because I guess let's say, I mean, sometimes all you need is one piece of evidence, right? That would convict somebody. I don't know, guys. But anyway, so that's the plans. We'll do a panel to discuss this case. So if you guys haven't seen that series, go check it out. At least watch a few of them, you know, if you want, watch them all. And then we'll do a panel if you want to come up and talk, and we'll just discuss it, guys. Both sides. I'll try to do one where I have like, try to pick them where we have like a good amount on both sides, you know, so it's not like a panel of just everybody thinks one way, where we kind of have a mixture and we can kind of discuss it. Wait, any doubt was considered reasonable doubt. But see, I'm just what I'm talking about. See, I'm not explaining this right. I'm just looking at one piece. Like, let's say you just go by one thing and you're saying this can't be explained any other way that besides he has to be involved. And it's just one. So it's almost like it's doubt. It's almost like it's doubt against his guilt. Or wait, it's doubt against, I mean, how would you word it? It's almost backwards, but I don't know. I can't explain it when I'm trying to say, oh, thanks, Nikki. Oh, it's like if he were saying that he was, let's say, saying he was guilty and you had to prove his innocence, and I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to, me in my head, I can't get it right in my head. Why am I having trouble with this? I'm like trying to like put it into a different scenario to see if it is actually like if you say he's guilty. Oh, thanks, Nikki. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My brain. Thank you so much. You're probably cracking up at me. Oh, it could be somebody there. Yeah, we can't explain it away actually, unless if they would match everybody that was at the scene and exclude everybody else's shoes, and it matched exactly to Michael Peterson's shoes, then I can't explain it away. But I would like to know that. I would have to know that first. But if not, it could be explained that maybe it's somebody at the scene transferred it somehow under her leg as they're moving. I mean, just somehow moving her body. I mean, maybe as they're trying to work on her, their whole, I don't know. Who knows? It could kind of be explained that way, but not if they excluded it by the shoe print and they said it didn't match anybody's shoes but Michael's. Then what I'm saying is I can't explain it away if that was the case. And then that one piece I don't have doubt about that. I don't know, guys. I keep trying and it's just not, I can't get it right. I'm trying to like reverse it and saying like, okay, so if he was guilty and then we had to prove his innocence, so you had to so yeah, you had to prove that he was innocent beyond a reasonable doubt. Then instead of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you had to prove he's innocent beyond a reasonable doubt, then yeah, then that piece of evidence I couldn't. So I don't know. Trying to see if it will work the other way. What do you guys think? Do you think it's that footprint's kind of a deal breaker on his innocence too? Oh, thanks, Cooch, because I feel like I can't explain it exactly, but I would have trouble because I don't know if that means that I should say he's guilty or innocent. When there is one piece that if they were to show me that it was for sure his shoe, that I was like, whoa, shoot, then there's no other explanation for it. Then does that mean we should say guilty? That's all. I mean, that's the simple version of it. I was just trying to like reverse it to see if but I can't do it for some reason. I'm having trouble right now. Probably when I get off, I'll be able to. So I'm just trying to reverse it to say it's the opposite. Okay, he's guilty, and then you have to prove he's innocent, but beyond a reasonable doubt. So he's already guilty. You just have to prove his innocence. I don't know. Man, why? Okay, I gotta write this down because I don't know why my brain like, wow. I think it's because I'm on a live and I just really want to see something. So let me write this down so when I get off, I could try to think about this. No, I don't need to write it down. Like I'm going to forget. Why do I have to write it down? I know what I'm trying to say. I just need to try to think about it. But it's not, I don't need to write it down. All right. Anyway, guys, now that you guys are probably like, what is this lady talking about? You're crazy. Yeah, I'm trying to do like a reverse reasonable doubt and then use that footprint and see how it would end up. I can't think right now. My brain is just getting all confused. It's just because I don't know. It's just too much. I just got to do it after and figure it out. Unless you guys figure it out for me. Like, what would you come to then? Like, if you reversed it and we're talking about that footprint and how I feel about that shoe print, would that be able to fall the other way then? That's what I'm trying to figure out in my head. I don't know why I can't. Okay. No, I know. I was just trying to reverse it. So it would be, so I'm pretending that it's the burden is proving him innocent. And then just because I'm trying to figure something out in reverse, that's all. To like double check how it's supposed to be. Like, it's weird. I'm weird like that. It's like double checking everything. Like how am I, like when I was doing those videos of like some of my edited ones where I like have to like double check everything. But it's actually probably good. It's probably what some of these freaking investigators should be doing. But I understand sometimes they don't have the time. But it's almost like that's not a good enough excuse because this people's lives that you're messing with. Like, so if you don't have the time to do the testing or you put it off or you take shortcuts because you don't have the manpower, you don't have the time, you got other stuff you got to do. But that's like when it comes to this stuff, I mean, that's somebody's lot, they're people's lives. Like their lots of years of their lives could be determined. And it's not right that this happens sometimes. Just like when they present evidence, if they're just like for instance, what happened here, where the guy is making it fit his thing, but that has nothing to do with timing, and that was just shadiness. Like that Dwayne Deaver, I mean, but he's working for the state, so he felt pressure, and he felt like he should do that because of probably the pressures that the state was putting on him. So whether it be that the prosecutors and the district attorneys and stuff, they put these pressure on these people that are they're experts, or was that just all him? Like he did, I don't know. Like he just basically made the science match what the state wanted. But did they ask him to do that, or he just did that? I don't know. Wait, you guys understand though? Now I feel like you were misunderstanding me. I know he's not guilty till proven innocent. That's not no. I feel like I know. I look at all. I feel like I'm looking at good. I still don't know what I would do, but that's not. Now people just come in and they're thinking that's what I'm saying. That's not what I was saying at all. I was just trying to figure out something in reverse. That's not the way it should be done. No, he should be innocent. The burden of proof is on the freaking state. I know that. I was just doing something for like a test in my head. I was just trying to figure out something. It had nothing to do with what should be done or anything. Were you thinking that's what I was doing? Oh man. No, guys. You should be innocent until proven guilty. Without a reasonable doubt, they should feel that you're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not the other way around. And I don't feel that way. I was just trying to figure something out. Just trying to do some reverse stuff just to see on this one thing. Just being, it was like an over check. It was like to double check to make sure like how I should vote if I were to do it. Like I was just kind of double checking if it was reverse, how would that look? It was like actually a over to make sure, like overly is what it was. It's silly. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, I think I am going to end this because it's getting late. Oh, it's already 3:01. Gosh, where does time go? Two hours can happen. This is actually the first foreign case in my true crime path. I just asked about the print because I did not remember it and missed the part. I think reasonable doubt has a lot to do with common sense. Really? I see. Oh, well. I see what you're saying by that. I was like, no, it has a lot to do with like science and evidence. But yeah, I see what you're saying. The fact of how to vote, like when you decide. But maybe it should. I mean, maybe because who's common sense though? Not everybody has different common sense. If you think about it, some people don't have the same common sense as others. I know it's common sense, but I'm just saying there's a lot of differences in that too, though. So I don't know. All right. I'm going to go, guys, though. Reverse reasonable doubt. I know. I'm not doing it because I think we should do it for this case. I was just trying to figure out something. That's all. It was just a little thing in my head I was trying to do, guys. Wow. I'll never like brainstorm with you guys again. I feel like you guys are taking what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but no. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I can't either. That's why I was just trying to do it and I was having trouble. Whew, all right. I'm gonna go, guys. Justice. uh okay, I'm misunderstanding you guys now. I know I'm starting to get like shaky. I think I need to eat like a I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go, guys. I think I was misunderstanding you guys now. I was thinking when I was reading it, I was like, no, you guys are misunderstanding me, but I was just misunderstanding you. You were just brainstorming with me. Okay, sorry, guys. I understand now. Well, you got a little glimpse into inside my head on a normal, everyday freaking. Oh, sometimes it drives me nuts. I always used to just like label it as like, oh, I have OCD or something. I don't know what it is, but I mean, this is how I always think, and sometimes it gets overwhelming. And I kind of gave you a little glimpse inside, but like, that's, I don't know. That's how it's always doing it. It gets, whew. But yeah, anyway, it's like maybe I shouldn't have let you in there because now you guys probably think I'm crazy. Um, I find time goes faster after midnight. Do you? Yes, you're right. It does. Oh my gosh. Yes, it does. Wait, his footprint isn't his? What do you mean? Tell me why his footprint isn't his. I'm not sure what you mean. I didn't know it wasn't his. That's what I was trying to find somebody to confirm that that was his. Oh, thanks, Brooks Lou. Oh, thanks, Gooch. Yeah, I think I just need to end it. But thanks, guys. I had fun though. That was a good live, guys. We actually covered a lot, man. We talked about a lot actually. We went through both autopsies. We talked about like the case a lot. So yeah, I like to do a panel now and we will oh hey just Larry, toughen her up. No, yeah, maybe. I just I feel like I took you guys in the inside my head for a little bit, like how my thought processes are like every day of my freaking life. It's like I have this is the issue. Like I have to, and this was how I was in college too, but it actually benefited me because I got all A's because I had to make sure that I knew what I was like. Let's say a test, I had to make sure I knew it exactly, like perfect, like front ways and back ways, like I'm doing here. Like I had to make sure, and I think it could drive you a little nuts because it's like, gosh, it doesn't. I don't need to be perfect. But and I'm not saying don't take this the wrong way, but it's just like with knowledge and stuff, like I have to like I had to make sure like it was just like exactly like when I did like for instance the essay, it was I don't know. I can't explain it. Well, yeah, I can't explain it. I'm explaining it. It's just like I have to make sure I know it like front to back, reverse, backwards, everything. Like I have to know in my head, like it has to make sense, completely make sense. Like and yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing. I mean, for the college, it was a good thing because I always did really good. But in life, I don't know. It might not necessarily be the best thing in life because it's just like, whew. Oh, but you guys will. Oh, thanks, Hal and Vera. New member, welcome to the family. So, yeah, I will go though. Oh, thanks. Just Larry. I feel like defeated right now. Not defeated in the bad way, but I just feel like exhausted for some reason. Like I just, whew, I don't know. Brooks, she apologizes when she doesn't need to. She'll get over it. I think it's become such a normal vocabulary. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I think it's like one of my things that I say involuntary. Like, I don't even realize that I'm saying it sometimes. Yeah, you would. Okay, here's the thing, Brooks. What you say, you would probably want me on your jury as far as if you were the defendant, but would you, and you're innocent, but maybe I don't, but I bet you I could drive the jury nuts like other jury members because maybe depends. Like the ones that were more like lazy and just want to kind of just skim through stuff, I probably would make some of them a little bit annoyed because I am very thorough and I'd have to understand it from all angles and be like, wait a minute, like, what about this? And I don't know. So some people would like that, but I think some people wouldn't like it, to be honest. Oh, thanks, Deborah. Home jury. Yeah. Oh, Miss K. All right. Well, let's go night night. You're right. I am okay. So tomorrow, guys, we're doing the Darley transcript reading. So that'll be a good if you guys are following that. So that'll be good. And then Friday, make sure you come by for the Cadle CDT. And then I think let's just shoot for Sunday being the panel for this case. So that's the plans. And I think that's all I need to say, guys. I'm gonna say bye. Paul, sometimes too, these cases are so consuming. Yeah, I know. I do though. I feel like I do make sure because when I do it, it's like it is like I'm like 100% like all there when I'm in it. So then sometimes I'll take like a day off. I'll just cuddle with Zeke and just sit down on the couch and just I don't know. I do. I think I've been pretty good at that. At least for me, it's good. Maybe some people will be like, man, you're consumed, but I like it. All right. Sewing today. Pain meds are not kicking in. Aw. Yeah, exactly. I have to have it right in my mind. It's like I have to have it figured out in my head or I can't relax. So like for school and stuff, it's like I had to know, like, with like psychology. I love psychology, but like some people are like, I don't get it. I don't, not the non-psychology majors were like, this is hard. I'm like, no, I had it all figured out. I remember I had the class with my brother's girlfriend at the time, and she was struggling because it was like an upper level psychology class, and she was a nursing major. So it wasn't even her major. And she's like, this class is so hard. He's so hard. But I loved him. He was my favorite teacher. And I was like an A plus, and she ended up flunking it though. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's so hard, but it like came easy to me. I think that was a perfect, well, I love science too, but that was just like a perfect, major for me because like the scenarios in my head. But I guess I think I would have done good with a lot of different things because I was good with math. No, listen to me. I sound like I'm bragging. Never mind. No, I wouldn't have been good with a lot of different things. So, the science side, I'm good with like math and science and stuff. But like writing, I mean, I did okay, but I struggle like papers. Um, I mean, I got good grades, but it was challenging. Like I like dreaded writing papers. That was like what I felt like I had to like put so much work into. Like, oh my god, to start the paper but I mean, I ended up doing all right. So like science papers, but I don't know. I'm gonna shut up. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. I gotta go. PE. Wait, what do you demon child? Wow, that's a lot of questions. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, compared to what though? Well, I feel like doesn't that seems like a start to like are you usually late for stuff? Is your room kind of messy? Do you find unique answers to problems like commercial? Do you blurt out stuff more than you would like? Well, try this. Like a start of a commercial or something. Oh, that's funny. All right. Wait, what? Someone wants to know that they're gay, huh? I'm confused. Yeah, I was always good with math. I love math. I know it like what you use. Well, I guess you do. I don't know, but yeah, I just loved. It was like fun, like like especially like algebra and I don't know. It always came easy to me, math, but like writing, yeah, I was because I'm left-handed, so I'm trying to think if I was. That would have been. Wait, I don't know. I'm just gonna shut up right now. All right, I'm gonna go. You were a bad kid. I was bad too, though. I was like ornery type, like not bad in the sense where like you were mean to other people, but I was bad in the sense where I just got into a lot of trouble, I guess. But I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go. He almost quit college because of math. Really? Oh, I could have tutored you. I always like helping people. I was like, I'll help you with math. um. Oh wait, you never have to prove you're innocent. If you're on a jury having you doubted the footprint, you cannot vote him guilty. Okay, so now it can't just be like you don't think just one thing that you just. That's what I was kind of trying to figure out. Like one thing that you just can't explain. Is that enough? All right, guys, I am gonna really go. Thank you guys. We'll chat with you tomorrow and Friday and maybe Sunday. All right, bye guys.